I see dead people.
Hot shit.
Here's Johnny.
Stop.
We have such sights to show you.
Bring the motherfucking ruckus. Fuck you too.
Who doesn't love anything more than tubes with sauce?
I love a sauce, dude. It's pina colada flavored.
Is that what we're reading tonight? The sauce. The sauce tube.
You know, that might be better than what we read. I haven't read mine in a while, so.
Yeah, I don't. So I am recording. I don't want to get. I want the conversation to happen after the fact, right? So I'm gonna ask you like a question or two, and then we're gonna get into it. But I think what you said already is like on the same line of where we're at, because you're not the only person to come to this and say, I want to read something that I already wrote, something that I already had. So it's not like you're the only one saying that, not necessarily that you didn't want to write anything new, but that you wanted to contribute in a way that worked for you, and that you had something that you thought would be fun for the program. And I'm fucking here for it. So, tell me when this was written.
I want to say this was written in 2015, maybe 2016.
Where were you when you were writing it? Like, what was the reason for writing it?
I was taking a creative writing course.
Good.
Oh man, it was either NCC, Northampton Community College, or it was Temple University. I can't remember which one it was.
Well, even just seeing Anderson building, part of me thinks Temple.
Makes me think Temple, right? Yeah. So maybe I was at Temple at the time that I wrote this.
Yeah, because I also went to Temple, but for completely unrelated reasons.
Yeah, and Anderson was
was one of the halls. Yeah.
The one I had most of my classes in. So that makes more sense that it would be Temple.
I took a couple creative writing classes when I was there, both times, because I was there for a little bit and I dropped out and then I came back. But
Same.
yeah, no, it's funny how these things work. It's like poetry; it rhymes. So, you know, I'm not surprised, because one of my favorite things that I've read on this show was something I wrote in a class at Temple. It was for a screenwriting class, but I've held on to all of my creative writing stuff that I did while I was in school, and it's on a hard drive that I keep, and I call it Old Boy. It's my old boy hard drive, because all my stuff on there is ancient and probably will never see the light of day.
Nice.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna ask some questions after the fact, just about like context and inspiration and why you went here and why you did what you did. But if there's any like fun facts you want to tell me before we jump into it, I'm here for it.
The only fun fact I have about this is that it was published in the New Mexico University's fiction journal. I think it was published in.
That's awesome. How did that come about?
El Portal is the name of it. So it might not be New Mexico University, but it is a university in New Mexico. My brother was going to school there at the time, and they were accepting submissions, and I had just written this. So out, I'll submit it.
Fuck it.
And they printed it.
That's awesome.
So yeah, it's been published in
that's
a
actually really cool
journal.
That's actually really cool.
That's the only fun fact. I can't remember anything about the writing of it. Otherwise, I would say this, I think, is the only horror I've ever written. I read a lot of things.
I know you say that with like an asterisk behind it, so we will get into it after the fact.
Yeah,
but
that's probably something to talk about later.
I think it's going to make it funnier for me to ask you more questions about it, because I could see a lot of your answers being like, I don't fucking know.
Yeah. Well, maybe like reading it will unlock something in me. My memory is, it's not what it used to be, and it's not what it is now. So we'll see. So
this is usually the question I start with. Are you going to read this to me knowing that you have a voice and you are going to read your own written words, or am I going to read this?
Oh.
That is the choice I'm giving everyone, because I know.
I assumed, but
No. I honestly, like, I'm giving everyone the spotlight for a moment. So if you are more comfortable doing it, I know that some people on the show, and I'm not trying to speak for anyone in particular, but there are some people who I could just see them being like, here, I wanted you to read this. So it's like, if I personally, I write with my voice in mind. Specifically for this show, I've written with my voice in mind. So I'm going to read what I have written. But in the event that you were like, no, I want you to read it, I would be like, yeah, let's do it.
Got it. No, I think I'll read it. I
Of
just
course.
didn't even consider.
No, totally.
Not no aspersions cast. I just was like, well, it's my story. He's probably gonna have me read it.
And that's no, that is the way. That is what we are doing. So I'm here with Ramses Vanderslice. We're going to read a story he wrote some odd 10 years ago called "There Is a Machine."
Research volunteers needed. Compensation provided. If interested, come to room 204, Anderson Building, at 7 p.m. October 30th. All persons welcome. This was the flyer that ended my life. An innocuous flyer posted just outside of my statistics class. Statistics, probabilities, and what were the odds of what happened next? 1 to 0. No other information was given, no indication of why or what or for whom. I should have known straight away to avoid it, but I needed the money. I was a college student after all. 6 figures of debt hung over my head like a guillotine. I needed the money. Why else would I have gone? I tore the flyer off and shoved it in my pocket in the hopes of keeping others from my reward. I shouldn't have kept it a secret. I had to keep it a secret. Hindsight's 2020. Sure enough, I was the only person to arrive in room 204 at the appointed time. I was greeted by a tallish man in an unironed shirt. He had glasses that magnified the craters under his eyes. "Francis, good of you to make it," he said. Something wrong immediately. How did he know my name? I asked, but he refused to answer. His only response was this: "If you wish to know more, you must sign the requisite forms." That word, requisite. I should have known what I was dealing with when I heard that word. No trustworthy man says requisite. That was one of the many signs I was destined to miss. A flyer with no details, all secrecy. A tallish man who knew my name and smiled when I squirmed, but soldiered on. Confident that the money would be worth it. That was the one thing that man allowed himself to talk about before I signed the requisite form. It will be a long study, but almost completely unobtrusive. No medications, no physically strenuous tests. You'll receive $40,000 for every year you participate, should you choose to do so. Should I choose to do so? But he knew I couldn't say no. I was a poor college student. I'm telling you, I needed the money. So I signed the name 4 or 5 times and I was led into the parking lot. An unmarked white van was with me. Why didn't I turn away? But I had to get into the van. Ever since the flyer, ever since my birth, ever since... And how bad could it possibly be? He'd managed to get into the school after all. He seemed legitimate. The tallish man and I sat alone in the back of the windowless van. A small interior light cast a dramatic silhouette of him cleaning his glasses onto the back of the cabin. Cleaning his already meticulously clean glasses over and over and over. I tried to count the number of lefts and rights as we moved in the ridiculous hope that I could figure out where we were going. He spoke as we were making a right. "What do you know about choice, Francis?" I didn't understand. We made a left. Choice. The ability to consider and decide between options. The ability to arrive at a fork in the road and choose left or right. Left, then right, then another right. Our research is primarily concerned with choice, or to be more precise, the illusion of choice. Do you believe in God, Francis? Sorry. I shrugged. My palms began to sweat. Right, or was it left? I began to panic. My breath floundered as he continued. He talked about God and souls and the supernatural. He said that without these things, there could be no such thing as free will. He told me that if the universe was governed by an immutable set of laws, then there was no room for choice. He told me that the Earth was simply another equation destined to result in a particular answer. He told me that my life was a part of that equation. If you added it all up, every atomic collision and electromagnetic interaction, I always got into the van. I always ripped the flyer from the board. And he told me that disproving free will had been impossible until now. I counted 2 rights and 4 lefts. But in what order? How far had we driven? All I could think of was until now. You'll understand soon enough, he said. But I didn't want to understand. I don't want to understand. I don't want to understand. I stopped counting turns. All that mattered to me was until now and soon enough. My mouth dried completely, but even if it hadn't, I wouldn't have been able to speak. You have to believe me. I'm not crazy. I'm not making this up. There was a flyer, in a van, in a facility, and there was a machine. The van finally came to a stop and the doors were open. It was an enormous warehouse, almost entirely empty except for a massive web of cables and wires stretched across a latticework near the ceiling. I was escorted to an elevator by the tallish man and our hulking driver. The tallish man bristled in subdued excitement as the elevator lurched downward. This facility is the hub of the largest and most powerful supercomputer in the world. Most of the computing happens in server farms around the world, but here's where the magic really happens. I'd like you to meet Pythia. The doors opened. I saw hundreds of monitors, code and video interspersed across a seemingly endless wall of light. Videos of cities, jungles, streets, schools, so many wires you couldn't see the ceilings or walls. And an audible electric hum made me aware of every hair on the back of my neck. Several men and women sat in front of the portions of the wall taking notes. None of them turned to look at me. To my right, there was a one-way mirror looking into a stark white room with a single door and a table containing 2 red buttons. I was told to take a seat in front of the window. Pythia runs what we call a finely approximated self-correcting algorithmic simulation. It takes data from everywhere, from the devices used all over the globe, everything from your phone to satellites to Google, in order to stitch together a working simulation of the Earth. The more data it receives, the finer the approximation, the closer it gets to reality in layman's terms. But unlike reality, we aren't entirely constrained by time within the simulation, which means, well, perhaps it would be better to show you. Do you see that monitor? He pointed at a screen that showed a stark white room with a table inside of it, identical to the one in front of us. That monitor is currently displaying that room, 20 seconds in the future. Watch this. A woman entered through the door on the screen just before the tallish man pressed the nearby intercom button. "Send her in," he said. The woman on the screen walked up to the table, scratched her left arm, looked towards the mirror before finally pressing the left button. I looked into the actual room and I saw the door open. I saw the scratch, the look, press. It was uncannily similar. The woman on the screen exited. The woman in the room exited. My chest tightened. There is a machine that can tell the future. There is a machine, and it is everywhere. It's watching you now. The buttons don't actually do anything, of course, but it's an easy way of collecting data and corroborating findings. We found that in her current state, Pythia can predict events within a year with nearly perfect accuracy. After that, the algorithms begin to deteriorate, but that's how I knew your name. That's how I knew you'd come here. More tests are always needed, of course. That's where you come in. That's where I come in. A guinea pig for a nameless man in an unironed shirt. He knew who I was and what I wanted. He knew I'd leave my statistics class and see the flyer. Why me? Luck of the draw. No luck, though. It always happened this way. Foresight is 2020. No one can see their own future, you see, because to do so, Pythia would need to simulate itself within itself, thus starting an infinite regress. But what we can do is check in with you once a year to see if her predictions were correct. This is all we're asking to do. $40,000 for every year that you corroborate our data. There's a strict non-interaction clause put in place, meaning that at no point will we interfere with your life, nor will we disclose data to anyone outside of the agency. Is it a deal? Is it a deal? How bad could it be, I thought. Answering questions one day every year, it was always a deal. I needed the money. I signed my name one final time and exited the facility. I can't remember what was said after that point. The van turned left, right, left, right, left, right, right. I was in the parking lot right next to my car. I cried for an hour. There's a machine that watches you cry at night. There are men who watch the machine watching you. The next day I received a check in the mail for $40,000. Was it really supposed to happen this way? Were my parents right when they consoled me at my brother's funeral when I was 13, saying there's nothing you could have done? Was I fated to lose the tip of my left thumb during woodshop in 8th grade? Did it all have to happen? And why me? The paranoia and despair began to fade when the winter was over. I graduated with honors. I immediately received a comfortable accounting position in town. I started dating the love of my life. Everything was going so well, in fact, that by the time fall rolled around, I'd have convinced myself that there wasn't a machine at all. But what did it matter? It was Halloween again, and I'd just finished giving the last of my candy to a child in the Darth Vader costume when I heard a knock at the door. There he was, wrinkled shirt, cratered eyes, requisite. He came in, asked a series of questions about the past year. Did I actually graduate with a 3.94 GPA? Did I begin to date a girl by the name of Tracy Statesman? Did I recently accept a position at Schultz & Associates, LLC? Yes. I relaxed a little bit. Anyone could have figured these things out through social media or otherwise. But he went on. Did I try to kiss Tracy too soon on her first date, leading to an awkward conversation about elbow placement? Did I recently arrange my Kung Fu movie collection chronologically rather than alphabetically? Did I change my morning alarm from 6:30 to 6:45 because I thought I could use an extra 15 minutes of sleep? And did that alarm lead to my lateness on more than one occasion? I answered his questions and stared a hole through the ceiling until he left. I received a check in the mail the next day. There is a machine that watches you set alarms. There is a machine that watches your struggles and does nothing. It does not care. Another winter of discontent passed, but this one didn't last long either. Tracy and I got engaged, married, moved in with each other. I was happy for the first time in my life. I told her about the yearly interviews, but I never told her what they were about. I didn't tell her about the machine. She didn't need to know. Sure enough, autumn came, and just after all the Halloween candy had been handed out, there was a knock at the door. The craters had darkened since I had last seen him. I moved into my office, but instead of reading questions, the tallish man produced a tablet and began to play videos for me. Of me. There I was, getting married in a vineyard, shuffling my feet awkwardly as I read my vows. There I was, moving boxes in and out of our house. There I was, finding a stray kitten in our yard, naming him Charles, losing him. There I was, finding Charles' mangled body in the road on a cloudless day. There I was, stubbing my toe against the new nightstand Tracy had bought, cursing IKEA. There I was. He left. I cried. Tracy wanted to know what was wrong, what kind of questions the man was asking. I never told her. She begged me to open up. I said it was confidential. I told her she wouldn't care anyway. I realized something on that second visit that I still hadn't come to terms with. I loved her because I had to. Even that, the best thing that had happened in my life, was out of my control. Late nights watching the stars, skiing in the winter, building pillow forts, laughing about what children we were. I was destined to do all of it. I couldn't have said no. Our relationship was just as necessary as Charles' death. I didn't choose to love her. There was no choice. And what does it mean to live in a life without choice? Where can joy exist without pain, without regret? When every moment of my life was meant to lead to this letter, what does this letter mean? Nothing. Everything. It means as much as one thing hitting another, as much as the sun exploding. Every small and large thing becomes equal in meaning without choice. I had to. Tracy died that winter in a skiing accident. She had to collide with the tree. It was set in stone before the tree and the mountain even existed. There's nothing you could have done, I heard. And it's true. I couldn't have done a thing. I never knew that December day would be your last. I never saw it coming. But someone did. Someone cleaning his glasses, wiping them on an unironed shirt, someone slightly taller than me, someone watched my life fall apart and did nothing. He knew. He could have called me. He could have broken the contract for one day to tell us to stay home, and now it's Halloween again. He'll be knocking any moment to ask his question. But he'll get no answers this time. This is a letter to anyone, everyone. There is a machine that knows everything but cannot know itself. There's a machine that watches your loved ones die. There is a machine that watches you load a bullet into the chamber, and there are men who watch the machine watching you. There's only one escape from this. Anywhere I went, he would find me. Even if I broke the contract, never saw him again, he'd still be there taking notes, watching me wiping his glasses over and over and over and over. And there is a God. We created it, and it does not care. There's a knock on my door now. One final test. One final bullet. For him, for me. For him, for me. For him, for me. For... Subject 7's life was terminated on October 31st, 2017 at 10:37 as predicted. This note was confiscated as per protocol, and all potentially harmful files were removed from his computer. Any remaining funds have been reclaimed from his accounts as stipulated by Clause 2 of HK 13. Dr. R is hereby appointed to aggregate Subject 7's case study for presentation later this year. Note, while the death of Subject 7 is lamentable, we must remember that Pythia is the potential savior of the human race. One must only look as far as the recent negotiations in Moscow for an example. The death of one man, while tragic, does not hinder us from perfecting and utilizing this tool in the future. The era of conflict is coming quickly to an end. We will be the ones to sound its death knell.
That was fantastic.
Thanks. You know, it holds up better than I thought. I'd make a few tiny edits. But
What would your edits be, do you think?
There's some parts that I think are a little bit overwrought. And I mean, like, I know it's a suicide note, but I could have toned down portions of it maybe. But overall, I think it's it's oddly prescient. It's only gotten more prescient as time has gone on.
Isn't that the majesty of it though? Is that you wrote it in the past and it's still fucking obvious, like now, like it stands the test.
Yeah. And when I was writing it, I remember writing this as just kind of like a thought experiment for like what would it mean to simulate like all life on Earth? Would you be able to do it? If you were able to do it, what would it kind of look like? Can simulate itself, all this stuff. And like, obviously I was aware of data collection and aggregation and selling at the time that I wrote it. Like I wasn't completely ignorant, but I've only gotten more interested in that kind of stuff since I wrote this. And so it's interesting this, and I'm like, this is what insurance companies do right now in the year of our Lord 2025. Like they just gather unholy amounts of data about you, and then they're like 30% chance this guy dies of a heart failure in the next 2 years, and they don't tell you that information.
Yeah. That's awesome.
So yeah.
I mean, it's cool. Terrifying and awesome, but I'm not one to look like the black horse, or the white horse of death and the black rider, I look at that and I go, yeah, that's fucking gnarly. So it's like, so there were a couple questions in my head while you were reading. First off, I want to say, you obviously have a knack. I've told you so many times that I think you're a brilliant writer. I've loved your material on your channel. I loved the way that you make things. I think you have such an interesting intellect and mind. And this was so like curtly you that like frankly I'm glad I didn't read it, but I'm just constantly reminded about like how I met you, and I laugh. I laugh when I read something like this because I'm like, how disillusioned in as little as like 9 to 10 years did you go from someone who was just at like a fucking Bible camp to being like, I'm going to write a fucking story that's an allegory for how God doesn't really give a shit and how everyone's going to die. And, even if we had the power to understand it, the power's not worth it.
First of all, thank you for the compliment. It's very nice. It's very kind. Even when I was young, I mean, I wrestled a lot with like my Christianity. Like there was a lot of, that's how I started, I think, thinking in like a philosophical or like even
you questioned it, which there is a book in the Bible that says to seek knowledge. It's like fucking Proverbs or something, but it's like to question it makes sense. But there's something about your voice here that's just so strictly like, Yeah, no. I'm very aware that there's a God, and I'm very aware that he doesn't give a shit, and that he's probably, it's all man-made. You know, the machine is God. We did create this unholy monster, this abomination that witnesses these things, quote unquote, witnesses these things, does nothing about it, and the machine keeps running, you know?
Yeah, I was wondering because I did remember that I had sort of framed this whole thing with these like the flyer in the beginning and then the note at the end, and I was wondering if the note would come off as kind of cheesy.
No,
But I do think the
it's a
note
framing
is
device.
what makes. Yeah, I think the note is actually what makes me like the story. I think without the note, I'm not sure that I would.
I mean, holy
Um,
shit, the note is almost the purpose of the story. I don't mean to remove like the voice that you had of this person realizing these things, because I think the very human experience of existentialism is captured in as little as 7 pages, like holy shit. But the the end note is very much a, I had a really good word in my head and it's escaping me now, but its purpose is just to state the fact that like we're gonna rationalize, haha. We're gonna rationalize. We have to rationalize. You know, these people are clearly losing sleep over the power that they have, the power that's in their hands, the things that they're witnessing. I don't need to connect to them on a personal level to understand that this power is probably too great for people to comprehend. So the rationalization that people will jump through to fucking explain anything. They'll be like, well, you know, that awful thing, you know, a couple kids had to die, but it'll be for the better of humanity. You know, like, I think the ending supports this rationale that as long as it's not me that's dying, I'm glad that this machine exists.
yeah, and I mean it is very similar.
Which,
to
holy
how,
shit, what a Christian
like,
statement.
true, and it's also just very similar to how like AI boosters are talking about AI right now. They're like, yeah, you know, like, okay, we'll have to siphon most of the potable water away from this community, and also maybe like just burn a fuck ton of fuel.
Yeah.
But it will eventually.
But
solve
what
all
answers
of our
will we get?
Yeah, it is going to kill a number of people in the short term, but in the long term, maybe there will be robots that outlive us. And it's like, oh, cool, thank you.
Great.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm really glad you think so, man.
Fucking A.
Yeah, but this is, I mean, and to go back to what I had said earlier, I say this is like my one foray into horror as far as like writing goes. I think a lot of the stuff that I do end up writing, it has horrifying elements to it. Like I like really deeply uncomfortable and violent things, and big existential moments, but they're normally tempered with more humor. This has almost no.
Yeah, there's no humor in this. I mean, the humor comes from our relation with these facts. Like the humor is almost the end note. The end note is, well, this guy died, but you know, it's all for the greater good.
Yeah, I mean, like his funds getting siphoned back out of his account.
That's actually hilarious. Yeah, that's actually hilarious. Like he signed this so he can take it back. It's no big deal.
Literally, like, it's just like.
Actually, I think the humor is inherent a little bit more in the subjective of the person reading it, because as I was reading it, I was like, fuck it. I was like, I was literally like, fuck it, give me the money, I'll take it. Because it's not going to change my fucking perspective on anything. I'm not someone who sits and goes, oh, woe is me, what I should have known. Like, no, I make a mistake and I own up to it. Like, I don't think in the grand scheme of fate, in the grand scheme of omnipresent God power, witness, you know, future, any of these terms, fate is just the easiest one to put on the table. I think I don't care about free will. If you're gonna posturize, some apocryphal statement about how fate is or free will, either of these concepts are going to rule me, in any sort of way, I think I would just laugh. And then I would probably just hold my hand out and say, okay, I'll take my $40,000 now. Thank you.
For sure. I think if you had asked me the time I wrote this, I think I was wrestling with it more as a philosophical idea. But now in this year, I would 100% be like, give me that check. I've already come to terms with this. I've already come to terms with this fact. And also, everybody already has all of my data, and I don't get paid for it at all. So if you want to pay me for it, then let's go.
I really, I'm not even looking at the machine when I say that either. Like, if someone told me right now God exists and he's predetermined a path for me, like Minority Report style, someone can just tap into a brainwave and just see the line of things in front of me, I'd say, neat. And then I'd hold out my hand and ask for the check. It's the funny thing about, religion that people don't actually get into the nitty-gritty about. Like, okay, is he are there Santa Claus rules? Is he watching me while I'm sleeping? Is he watching me while I'm awake? Is he watching me touch myself on a Thursday night when I have nothing better to do? Does the machine, my opinion doesn't matter. Frankly, my opinion doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. I think what you have a knack for is psychological. And I think the term existential comes out of the mortality of it and the larger questions, but truthfully, the horror knack that you kick into is psychological. And I was having this discussion literally with someone earlier today when we were recording their stuff about how hard it is for people to write good psychological horror that asks big questions. And I do mean that. I can't think of good psychological horror. There are things that come to mind. There are examples that come to mind. Recently I read Harlan Ellison's I Have No Mouth, But I Must Scream.
Heard a lot of good things.
For the show. And yes, it dabbles in voyeuristic horror from the perspective of a machine that hates humanity for creating it. It's a fantastic story. Please read it or listen to me read it. But holy shit, there is some very obvious horror shades going on there. But the brunt of it, the most important part of it, is the psychological aspect of it, because it is a story that stays with you and asks a lot of questions about how you feel as a person, as a human in your human experience.
Those are my favorite stories. Ones that ask a bunch of big questions, or maybe make a few kind of big statements, and then just leave you sitting with it.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad that it
you hit that. You hit that. If that was the mission, you nailed it.
Because this is 10 years ago. That's crazy. It's a long time.
Yeah, I mean the hindsight on this is crazier. Yeah, that was fucking solid, man. I'm it's funny because with other people I'm I've never seen their art before. I don't know what to experience. I don't know what to expect. I've been so surprised by the stuff I've read from people so far that I'm just please continue writing. To the people that have really surprised me, I've just been please do not let this end here. Do not make this a reason why I do this. Don't let me have to come to you and say, like, what are you writing now? like I mean this, Ramses. Like, keep writing. Like, please do not, like, give up writing, because you are so good at it.
You're too kind. You're very, very kind.
No, I'm serious. Like, this was such a solid story in such little time. Like, people work for years to try and do something this good. Truthfully, people work for years to try and have a voice like this, and have a vocabulary like this, and have structure like this. Like, I'm even just looking at it as analytically as words on a page. Like, there are people who go their entire fucking lives trying to be writers, and they never do something this good.
Wow. Well, that's, geez, man. Whew. My head is swollen.
No, if I were to
should
challenge you at all, I'd say try to approach something like with a voice like this, but now. This is coming from a place of most likely frustrated college student who was going through the system feeling more or less broken. Am I off base?
That's definitely part of it. Obviously, the like repeated, notions of college debt and needing the money, and yeah, like there's a lot of that. But I think a lot of it too is just like me genuinely struggling to come to terms with the idea that, like, I'm pretty sure there's just not free choice or free will. There's like choice doesn't really exist, and like that's a pretty tough pill to swallow when you have to swallow it.
Yeah, for the people who never watched Donnie Darko. Yeah.
Dude, great movie. Glad I did not watch that when I was in high school, because I would have been insufferable about it. But it is, having watched it recently.
I did, and I was, so I feel you.
I knew people that had, and I was always like, that's kind of weird. And then I watched it like 2 years ago, and I was like, man, this movie is great.
Yeah, this movie
this is a
for
really
real.
good movie.
Yeah.
But no, it's a heavy pill to swallow. So I think that was a big part of it. I also, I'd be curious if I did it again, I would be a bit more subtle about some things.
I'm sure you would, and I'm sure the message would be a little bit different. I'm not necessarily asking you to rewrite the same thing. I'm asking you if I can challenge you at all to get back into writing, to make sure that you don't like give this up, that you try again when it comes to the vague notion of horror. I mean, inject as much comedy as you can. Inject as much of you in there as you want to. Like, I know you have strong comedic ability. I also know you have strong now dramatic ability. And I just mean, if you were to redo this challenge, if you were to redo this contest, quote unquote, of me asking you to write something, I would genuinely be interested in what you bring to the table. This is coming from a place of, I knew you when I was younger, and this does not surprise me at all that you were capable of this. I think as 10 years have passed between when you wrote this and where we are now, I would be 100% genuinely interested in what you'd be able to write, like recently, that you feel, not with the express purpose of being horror or even being psychological or existential, like no requests, no prerequisites. There you go. But just to see what you are capable of, I would be very interested. So let me leave you with that to do with what you will. Because I am going to have you back on an episode sometime soon. I would love to meet up with you in person and record in person at some point. But
is that the Megalopolis episode?
Megacoculus. Yeah, totally.
Hell yeah.
But also, just like, I'm telling other people this too, like, don't stop writing, and please use use me as a medium, use me as an excuse to put it on a pedestal and talk about it. Because I was so impressed with what other people have written that I've said, like, just because the 300th special is going to end with these 5 episodes doesn't mean that I'm not going to be like, have you written anything else lately? Because if I have the ability to put it out there into the cosmos to last however long the digital age lasts before the machine comes and shuts everything down, until the robots remove our mouths and stop us from being able to scream out loud. Until that time comes, please continue to share your words with us.
I will. It's been a minute. I've taken a pretty long hiatus, but I'm not done. I don't think that I'm done writing.
Good. Anyway, that's all I got. You got anything else you want to add?
No, I finished my icy pop. That was nice.
Just stories, guys. You gotta hear this from us. Story is just long enough to finish an icy pop.
Yeah, you could bust one of those out of the freezer.
It's the best part of the story is that it's just long enough.
It could be pina colada, or it could be lime, or it could be mango. You don't really know until you. Yeah,
the machine might
color,
know.
The color is only slightly indicative of the flavor you're
going
to get.
Would the machine not know? The machine would just go, there's too much variety. There's no possible way.
Things is you can
Which
know the
one?
Color. You can know the color, but you can't know the flavor. That's the green one.
Wait. Pink is pink watermelon or is pink strawberry?
Strawberry. I think it was the last one was watermelon. I swear the last one was watermelon.
Fuck.
This one doesn't taste like anything. This one just tastes like sugar. So read this at some point. I don't know. It's out there. And then have some icy pops while it's still hot out.
Fantastic.
That's all I have to say.
I'm here with Mark Rooster. I'm going to read a story to him called Smarter Than You Think. I'm going to try to make it fast so I don't bore you and so you don't fall asleep. Because I respect you, goddammit. Alright, Smarter Than You Think by Captain Death. Rats are misunderstood creatures, in my opinion. I think the reason people look down on them is because of the whole plague thing that happened hundreds of years ago, and the stink just stuck. I learned about the Black Death in school last week, and even though it's got a funny name, the bubonic plague is nothing to laugh about. The ironic thing about medieval plagues associated with rats is the fact that rats aren't even the ones who spread them, not directly at least. Yeah, rats spread the plague between other rats, but it's not the rats themselves that brought the plague to the human doorsteps. It was fleas. Fleas would jump from rats to other mammals, humans included, and that's how the bacteria would spread. Some would argue that the living conditions back then promoted such ease for something like that to turn into a plague in the first place, seeing as how little people bathed and how most people just had lice to begin with. What more could fleas bring? Really, it's humans that should bear the brunt of the responsibility for that, not rats. They've been lumped into a stereotype for hundreds of years and forced down into the sewers while we let dogs and cats into our homes without much of a second glance, despite dogs and cats doing pretty scary things pretty much every day all over the world. Dogs and cats get fleas too. Rats are surprisingly intelligent and exhibit emotion in a different way than most animals are ever even capable of, dogs and cats included. In fact, the rats I've dealt with have always been nicer than most humans I've interacted with and had nothing to do with death. Well, almost all of them. My name is Thomas Memphis, no relation to the city, but my mom calls me Tommy. I've never been to Tennessee, and neither has my mom, but I've heard it's a pretty okay city. It's mostly popular for people like Elvis and the creation of the blues and rock and roll music, so it feels cool to have a last name like that, but the feeling doesn't last long. Usually when someone says my last name, I'm reminded of that awful song by Cher, and it turns out that she didn't even write that. Some guy named Mark did. Fuck you, Mark. You ruined my last name. Maybe it was ruined before it got to me, though, as it didn't seem to do my dad any good. He died when I was a baby, and my mom said he never went to Tennessee either, so some good Memphis did for any of us. 16 years later, and several sketchy jobs along the way, my mom decided that she'd had enough of our current living situation and needed to get out. But if you're thinking we're headed to our namesake, you're wrong. At this point, I don't know if I'll ever get to Memphis. My mom and I just moved to Brooklyn, New York from Jacksonville, Florida, and it's a bit of a shock for me so far. It's still a big city, and I know what it feels like to live in one of those, but the only gators here are part of the local sewer legend. I think it's just the overall vibe that keeps setting things so far apart. Things felt easier in Florida, or maybe people just cared less, but New York might as well be another planet. Everyone is in a rush here, and everything's so loud and coming from every direction. It's just a lot. It smells pretty similar, though, surprisingly enough. I guess being close to the water will do that. Flatbush is not exactly the nicest neighborhood, but it's what my mom has been able to make work for her work. She's got a new job at a pharmaceutical company that's been hiring people from all over the country, and she says we're lucky just to get our foot in the door. I wouldn't say I had the best life ever in Jacksonville, but we had family. And when you compare that to the none we have here, it counts for something. Being 16 years old, being flung into a new city, and trying to understand the new territory has been hard, to say the least. Imagine my surprise and comfort to find out that Brooklyn has the highest crime rate of all 5 boroughs in New York. It's fun facts like that keep me inside. If you're thinking this is some kind of story where I'm going to come to terms with my new surroundings and make friends along the way, you've got some reading to do. First off, our shitty apartment building on Nostrand Ave should be demolished. I've lived in some really crappy places over time, but this is the best we could afford. We should think about moving back to Jacksonville. Everything is so cramped here. Back in Jacksonville, we might have been living with Granny and Grandpa and Uncle Jason and Uncle Matt and Auntie Donna, but at least we all had our own rooms and our own space. Here, the kitchen is the living room, and the living room is also my bedroom, and there's a bathroom the size of a closet, and the closet is wide enough to fit a couple hangers and a broom and not much else. Mom gets her own room, which is just big enough to fit a bed, but the best feature is the windows. Beautiful, huge windows, one in her room and one in mine, and what do they face? A gorgeous gray brick wall to the neighbors across the way. There's about a 6-foot gap between us and the building next door, but it's mostly filled with an ugly, rusted fire escape that I don't think anyone should be using, and would be especially inexcusable during an emergency. My mom warned me about how small everything was going to be, but words could not have ever prepared me for this. She tells me I'll grow into it, like an old pair of shoes, but I'm just like, if I grow any more, I won't be able to fit in here. You know what I mean, Mom rolls her eyes at me, bringing another box in from the rental car parked down on the street 3 stories below. I know what you mean, but I don't like what you mean, I say back. Plus, it smells. You smell, she says, sticking her tongue out at me. Go get the last box and lock the car when you're done, throwing the keys at me. Yes, sir, thank you, sir, I say with a bow and a curtsy, as I'm basically just the help here. Oh, and be careful coming back in. You have to pull the door. I know. I'll put my shoulder into it. I wave her off, remembering that the front door to this palace gets stuck sometimes, as we both found out yesterday when we couldn't get in on time and spent the afternoon waiting for another person to come along and open it. To our rescue! Enter Elsie Yeager, a kindly 70-year-old woman who turned out to be our downstairs neighbor. You just gotta dance with it a little bit, she said, as she put her hand on the knob and swung her elbow around in every which direction that made it look like she was doing her own rendition of the Charleston. It did the job, while also looking absolutely ridiculous in the process, because this is a mid-size apartment building, there is no elevator, and every outside apartment hallway is a walk-up with stairs. That's 3 stories down, kick the door open, grab the last box, dance with the front door upon re-entry, and climb back up. On my way up, I passed Elsie outside the door to her flat, which looks twice the size of ours from the doorway, watering her various plants that hang from shelves near the frame. Hi, Miss Yeager, I say while trying to squeeze around her without her moving to get out of the way. She lets me, minding her own, keeping her eyes on her plants. My husband might be dead these last 10 years, so that's still Mrs. Yeager to some, but you better just call me Elsie. Mrs. Yeager was my mother-in-law's name, and she was the worst. She winked without moving her face to look at me, still not taking her eyes off the watering can in her hand, maneuvering around her so she can continue pouring without worrying about me. Sorry, Elsie, with a nod. She hums to herself, moving to go back inside only after I've just worked out how to move around her and delicately balanced to do so. Don't sweat it, she laughs to herself, clearly enjoying the irony of me sweating to bring these boxes up 2 flights of stairs with 1 more to go. Oh, and if you see old Wilbur upstairs, you tell him I've seen some rat droppings in the basement again, next to the dryer, same spot as before. He'll probably want to investigate it himself. Let him know when you see him. Will do, I say with a grunt, rushing to get these last things upstairs before I pass out. When I climb the stairs, I can already hear my next-door neighbor, the already decided accurately named Old Man Wilbur, going off to my mom about the rats in our building. It's no surprise we have a pest problem, but this guy has taken it as a personal mission from God to spend all of his free time either yelling at the TV, on the phone, or anyone around him about the rodent infestation he claims is in every wall and floor surrounding us. This isn't an exaggeration. He's literally obsessed with killing things. I've only been around this guy a handful of times, and every time he's had something to say about exterminating pests. So imagine my lack of surprise when I see him standing in our doorway, basically yelling at my mom from our welcome mat. Rats! They're everywhere in New York, he shouts from 3 feet away from her, echoing throughout our floor. Just the other day, I heard another one in the walls between us, laid down more poison, more traps. You can never be too careful. He sees me coming but refuses to get out of the way. You be sure to let me know if you see anything or hear anything, and I'll take care of it for you, finally acknowledging me. You and your boy can keep an extra eye out for me, he says, playfully slapping me on the shoulder as he finally lets me pass, despite the obvious strain I'm exerting in holding these boxes even a moment longer. Oh, we will, Wilbur, we will, my mom says, silently mouthing a thank you for the box. I assume it's not just for bringing it all the way up here, but for giving her an excuse to close the door. What do you think his favorite game is? Do you think he likes Mousetrap? I say as my mom lets out a chuckle, taking the box from me. No, wait. What do you think his favorite movie is? Do you think he likes Ratatouille? I was thinking more of The Borrowers or maybe Mouse Hunt, to which I raise an eyebrow, as I've never heard of them before, but before I call her old, she interjects. Did you remember to lock the door to the car? She asks, turning to look at me, putting down the box on the kitchen floor. I smile. Of course not, I say with sugared enthusiasm. That's why I reminded you, she meets me with the same tone. I'll go do it right now. Be back in an hour, I joke as I leave the flat with the keys still in my pocket, jangling noisily as I stick my tongue back out at my mom. Perhaps I was too hasty in my exit, as Old Man Wilbur is still in the hallway looking around, or looking for an excuse to continue his tirade when he sees me come back out of our room. I still have this dumb smile on my face when I meet his gaze, and I'm luckily no longer sticking out my tongue. He still has his salty grimace that I've never seen him without when he asks, "What was that?" What? Me? No, awkwardly indicating that I was talking to my mom, now pointing at the closed door behind me. He squints at me, no doubt measuring up the amount of hijinks and meddling I might be capable of in that snapshot of a moment. Willing to do anything to break his calculations, I remember, "Hey, before remembering not to call him Old Man Wilbur to his face. "Hey, Wilbur, Elsie downstairs told me to tell you. Mrs. Yeager," he asks. "What is it now?" She mentioned that she saw some rat poop in the basement next to the washing machine. And you'd think it was Christmas Day or that I just told him he won the lottery by how quickly his demeanor changed. "Well, why didn't you say so sooner? Come on. He pulls me into his apartment, which also looks bigger than ours, and I'm starting to think we have the smallest flat in this entire building when he hands me several items to lug downstairs for him. Humoring him and playing the donkey, I hold on to the powder rat poison, fake food rat poison, sticky pad traps, bait-based traps like the ones that snap shut and kill rodents instantly, and lastly some hulking cage-like device that looks like he invented it himself. I came up with this in '09 and it's never done me wrong since. Some rats down there get too big for the snappers, he says, indicating the smaller traps. Too big for most of the stuff, even the poison. Would have to take a lot to do the trick. No, this here just traps them. I do them in myself. You'll see. Talk about overkill, and talk about something I literally never want to see. I imagine him hunched over his kitchen counter with the cage in his hands and bloodlust in his eyes, pulling out a small rodent out of the trap and smacking it with a hammer or like a huge butcher's knife. Come on, step 2, he tuts, flashlight in hand, telling me to fall in line behind him, clucking his tongue all the while. I follow him back down the same 3 stories, hands full of rat-based murder, till we get to the basement door marked laundry. There's a steep drop to a shallow stairwell that goes into a wall-to-floor cement basement, but Old Man Wilbur waits at the top of the stairs to listen first before turning the switch. The light is on a timer, so it's one of those old ones that has a dial that you spin to turn it on, and it maybe stays on for 3 minutes tops before you have to spin it again. Trying to see if there's an audible scurry to the fluorescent bulb being switched on, we wait a moment while it spins, hear nothing, and proceed down, as the light works itself brighter. He starts by checking all the corners with his flashlight, muttering to himself all the while, "You can never be too careful," under his breath, probably not even aware he's saying it out loud. He then basically gets down on all fours and starts to inspect the areas behind and around the washing and dryer machines. "Yep," continuing to cluck his tongue in disapproval. "It's an infestation." Picking them up with his bare hand to show me, 4 small rat turds in the palm of his hand before dropping them into a wastebasket and wiping his hands on his jeans. I nod, not sure that if I agree infestation is the right word, but definitely a noticeable pest. It's not like I'm going to say that out loud in front of him in return. He takes the tub of powdery rat poison from me and lays down a couple snappers around the room, but tells me that the cage won't be needed for this, which begs to question why I even brought it down in the first place. I'm starting to assume this cage is just Old Man Wilbur compensating for something when he says, "I've seen one down here. Big fella, never goes for the traps and knows not to go near the poison. I'm saving that for him." He shakes his head. "But this ain't him. Too small." Feeling like a wild rat chase at this point, I turn to leave when Wilbur continues, "You'll know what I mean when you see him too. Mean-looking thing, big guy, you'll see." Now I really am leaving and going up the stairs when Wilbur continues talking down below, at me or to himself, who knows. I feel like he's been around as long as I have, but maybe it's just my ears getting to me, he laughs. Maybe there's a whole family of them he's got down here and they just keep fornicating and breeding new copies every year. Let him. I'll get them all eventually. Mark my words, I'll get them. He audibly shakes the plastic tub of rat poison now when he says it. "I'll get them all." So I let him get to it as I try to leave the basement stairwell. "Bring that cage back up to my room for me, will ya?" He yells up from down below. "I'm gonna stay down here a moment longer, see if I could find where they're coming from." He trails off, doubled over the back of the washing machine with his flashlight again. I close the door behind me, happy to be out of the basement and even happier to be away from Old Man Wilbur. I drop the cage near the front door as I remember to go outside and lock the car this time. Swinging my arm like a lunatic and jiggling the handle just to exit the building, I'm surprised to almost knock over another tenant as she's trying to come in. "I'm sorry, Miss Truskowski, the door was stuck," I begin, but a tired-looking middle-aged woman nods understandingly back at me, all the while juggling her toddler in one hand and a grocery bag in the other. "I know this," her thick European accent doing nothing to mask her frustration. "This door, it is the worst." I hold it open for her so she can pass through when I noticed her mousy husband carrying way too many grocery bags behind her. Struggling with them, I offer to help him, but a raspy voice comes out muffled from behind the bags. "Niet, oh, I got it," he repeats, unwilling to let me assist. So I continue to hold the door. He almost slips on the hulking metal contraption sitting in front of the door, scoffing. "Sumashedsi, sterk," spitting syllables. His wife turns to see what he's cursing about, noticing the cage on the floor. "Wilbur again?" I nod. "When will man learn?" she asks, turning back to her flat, unlocking the door with her hand still under her child. "To smell a rat," she states, never finishes, walks through her doorway, and I'm at a loss as to what she means, so I just nod. "Christian no pomiet," her husband interjects. "Poshimo sir, Vilovshke bepsplatny." Without the kid now, Miss Truskowski comes back to the doorway and laughs, taking bags from her husband to allow him to more easily enter the apartment now. "What did he say?" I ask. "Well, first he calls Wilbur crazy old man." She smiles. I laugh. "Yeah, you can say that again." He is crazy old man," she echoes. "It bears repeating." She looks at the cage on the doorstep and says, "There is Russian saying about rat. My husband, he said, The rat does not understand why the cheese in the trap is free. I nod some more, but I don't really get it till she continues. It means rat will either become aware of itself and cheese and what trap means, or it will die. Looking at empty cage, I would say this rat is aware. She smiles, nods, and closes the front door behind her. I don't know what they were trying to say about rats and awareness, and if that was a metaphor, or if it was meant to be taken in a more literal way, but I get the impression that they're not so subtly rooting for any rat that Wilbur is trying to catch. The Truskowskis keep to themselves and their kid, Nick, short for Nikolai, is surprisingly quiet and well-behaved for his age. Remembering why I'm here in the first place, holding the front door open, I try to rush down the front steps and lock the door to our rental car fast enough to climb back up before the front door closes. If it weren't for the metal cage sitting in the gap, I probably wouldn't have made it in time, but the weight of the door pinches the contraption a little bit and it snaps shut loudly. I thought I told you to bring that back upstairs, Old Man Wilbur scowls at me, finally coming up from the basement depths. I just had to, I try to explain, but I'm cut short. Forget it! Give me that! He snaps as he snatches it out of my hands with a surprising quickness and strength to him. Now it's all locked up, he mutters, once again ignoring me and walking back upstairs towards his flat. I see him pull a screwdriver from his pocket and start twisting away at a mechanism on the bottom before he's out of view. I hear a subsequent snap from the floor above and a hoarse giggle, not knowing if he got it back open or if he's just happy to play with it, but I really don't care anymore. I walk back up the 3 flights of stairs, waiting to hear his door shut before I get back to our floor and back to our apartment. When I walk in to see my mom still unpacking that last box I brought up, a surprised expression on her face. When you said you'd be back in an hour and then actually took forever to come back, I started to wonder if I should send a search party. I wave her off with a hand and collapse onto my bed within full view of her in the kitchen. Miss Yeager, I catch myself. Elsie. Old Man Wilbur, the Truskowskis, listing them off one by one before smothering my head with my own pillow. You picked a weird fucking place for us to live. Language, she interjects. It's got charm. It's got a broken door and rats. You'll get used to it, she begins. The door, I mean. I don't think we have rats. Looking around the kitchen for evidence without much effort in finding them. That's not what Old Man Wilbur would say. He thinks we've got an infestation on our hands. He's even picked up some poop with his bare hands. I say as Mom stops what she's doing and looks at me. I saw it! I confirm before she rolls her eyes and continues unpacking. I know we didn't have mice back in Florida, so I don't really know what the big deal is, but I'd feel bad for anything that gets trapped by Wilbur. Well, they're pests, honey, Mom says, head buried in a cupboard. They break into your food and they steal things and poop everywhere, and they're very hard to get rid of for good. It can be pretty gross and frustrating. I'm sure if Wilbur has been here long enough, he's had to deal with a lot of them. And with nothing else to do around here, it drove him crazy. I jump up from my bed and slink over to the kitchen like a rodent, buck teeth exposed and arms tucked into my chest. He spent years chasing them down, plotting to kill every last one. I flail my arms in my mom's direction, trying to be as annoying as possible, and it works. She smacks me on the head with a spatula. Yeah, and if we had them and they got into all of our stuff, I'd go crazy and try to kill them too, she retorts. So if you do see anything, let me know. Pointing the spatula at me, threatening to bop me again. Yeah, sure. Grabbing a can of soda from the fridge and dropping back down onto my bed, I can't help but quiet a little. I scoot near the wall and try to hear for any scratches from the critters inside. When I don't hear anything, I give up and roll back into the direction of the TV and turn it on. Ironically, Tom and Jerry reruns are on, and Mom lets out a chuckle when she hears a particularly funny yowl that Tom screams when Jerry drops a hammer onto his hand from up on a shelf. Tom puts his thumb in his mouth and proceeds to breathe 3 deep inhales out and into his thumb, causing his hand to inflate back to normal from its previously flattened state. If it weren't for the Looney Tunes logic, I'd say, Tom, my dude, one day Jerry is gonna kill ya. When Mom is done unpacking the kitchen, she brings the remainder of the boxes into her room and starts to work in there out of sight. I make a point to microwave myself a Hot Pocket, as I think it's fairly certain she's in no rush to dirty the kitchen as soon by dragging stuff back out to cook dinner. When I went to grab a paper plate from the cupboard, I noticed a small crack in the back of the shelf. Without taking my eyes off it, I put my dinner in the microwave. and when I went back to the cupboard and poked the spot, there was a slight amount of give, so I brought out my flashlight to inspect it. Sure enough, someone tried covering the spot with a similarly shaped hunk of wood, and they painted it to be the same color as the rest of the cupboard in an effort to plug the hole. Once removed, the hole is carved out past the cupboard and into the wall, clearly going farther than I can see. For a moment, I place my head into the cupboard and try to get near to the hole to listen to the sound of anything back there, and as I'm leaning closer, I swear I can see something small and furry move inside the wall, behind the hole, but before I can get too close, the door to the cupboard is slammed on my head. Admittedly, I let out a bit of a panicked cry when it happened. Laughing, my mom asks me, "What the heck are you doing?" before seeing a hole in the back of the shelf. "Aw, come on, already?" "Already what? This was here when I found it. I thought I saw something back there," I say, plugging the hole back up with the same hunk of wood. "Thanks for almost breaking my neck, by the way," rubbing the spot with a hand. "You sounded like the TV," she said, imitating Tom's previously hilarious yowl. "It's not funny," I say, trying not to crack a smile and failing. "It's pretty funny," she said, giving me a kiss on the forehead. "Ooh, a Hot Pocket," she said, picking up my dinner and taking a bite out of it, holding her mouth open and breathing out the steamy hot air. "Ooh, hot," fanning her mouth. "Oh yeah, Mom, that's totally fine. You could have my dinner. I'll just starve," I say sarcastically, grabbing another Hot Pocket from the freezer shelf. "Thank you," she says, already walking away and back into her room. As I grab another paper plate from the same shelf, my eyes go back to the hole and linger for an extended period of time as I slowly close the door. Even when it's closed, I put my ear to it for a moment to see if I could hear anything, but I don't. Later that night, I'm awakened by a bladder full of water, so I get up to use the bathroom. I can hear Mom snoring softly through the door on the way to the toilet. I pee, I flush, and on the way back to my bed, I hear a scratching coming from somewhere in the room. I instinctively check the kitchen, thinking it's the cupboard, but it's not. It's closer to my bed, it's closer to my wall, a wall that I share with Old Man Wilbur's apartment next door. I can faintly hear his TV's low volume through the wall. What sounds like infomercials or the auction network is playing quietly on the other side. Physically putting my ear to the wall now, like a doctor with a stethoscope, I place a hand flat against the wall before giving it a light tap. For the first time, a light scurrying is heard. First, it splits off from the wall and into the floor and back past an unknown direction outside the frame of our apartment. Smiling, I think to myself, so it is an infestation after all, huh? Laughing, imagining Wilbur losing his mind at the news, but then the smile falters and I think about it again. I see Wilbur holding up a trap with a crushed mouse inside and I wipe the vision from my mind. If I catch one, I'll be sure that Wilbur doesn't get it. I'm not exactly sure what I'll do with one if I got it, but I'd most likely take it outside and let nature decide before I let Wilbur get his liver-spotted hands on it. As I go back to bed, I think about setting up a personal mission for myself. Try to save as many creatures as I can from being killed by Wilbur as possible. If only I knew how wild and how wrong that mission would end up being. Because it's the summer and because school doesn't start up for another month or so, I don't have much going on. If my mission is true and my intentions noble, I've got to admit that it's also just a fun way to try and pass the time. I don't want to do anything as heinous as go so far as pranking Wilbur. I don't think that'd go over very well. Imagining him screaming at me or my mom briefly flickering through my mind before I wave it away. No, this is productive and selfless and other fun words associated with keeping an eye on our building and all those that inhabit it. Justice for all and to all a good night and so forth. With Mom busy at work all day, I'm left to my own devices, so I think the best device to check is what Wilbur left in the basement. On my way downstairs, carrying a laundry basket with no intent on actually doing the laundry, but more so just trying to make my story more believable to anyone who notices, I run into Miss Yeager on the second floor doing her daily chore of watering her plants. She's moving things around and getting things better placed in front of the window next to her flat door when she notices me coming. "Old Man Wilbur's down there already," she says, looking at the laundry basket. "I heard him hooting and hollering from down there all morning." She rolls her eyes as if to say more but doesn't, probably trying to make a good impression on me and not speak unkindly of our neighbors. "If you're doing laundry, I'd prepare for the worst." Before I can ask what she means, she passes back through her doorway and I hear her filling her watering can from inside. Continuing down the stairs, I hear him now too, Old Man Wilbur, giggling like a child and talking to himself. Just as I'm about to reach the laundry-marked door, he comes barreling through with something in his hands. "What's that?" he says, looking down at the laundry basket as if he's surprised that I'm bringing laundry downstairs to where laundry is done behind a door marked laundry. Before I can answer, he jumps to the same conclusion and raises his hand like a proud fisherman who caught a prize fish. Crushed and lifeless, stuck in a snap trap, is a small gray rat with a long tubular body and an even longer pink tail swinging idly below. A frown creases my lips. Wilbur notices, but seemingly doesn't care as he continues. Told you I'd get him. Told you we'd got an infestation down there. Trying not to let him see how upset this is making me as I don't have a penchant for flaunting dead things, I move past him and begin going down the stairs. It doesn't take as he's now following me back down with the corpse of the rat swinging just behind my head. When you get one, you can almost always account for at least 3 more, he approximates. This is the cycle after all, and this one here, he's a big one. He's not the big one, but who knows? There might be dozens still down there if they've had time to breed. I imagine Wilbur wearing cleats and stomping on little rats wearing bibs and diapers. We might need that cage after all. If this one had been any bigger, this trap wouldn't have worked. Having made no inclination to address him this entire time, he ignores me and my fake laundry, looking around the basement once more before bouncing up the steps in a surprisingly sprightly jig. I begin to wonder why he needed my help yesterday at all if he has all this strength and energy at his ripe age. As soon as he's gone and the basement door slams shut behind him, I take a moment to collect myself and let out a long and exaggerated sigh. Just as I do, the light begins to flicker and the light switch makes that ticking noise it does when it's about to turn itself back off. Leaving the basket where it is and making my way to the switch at the top of the stairs, I move swiftly through the darkness and turn the dial. It spins under my fingers, the light starting to flick back on and the dial starting to tick back down again. When I turn around and go back down the stairs, however, I'm met by a strange sight. On top of my basket, standing on its 2 hind legs, is an inquisitive-looking rat. When I come back down the stairs, it doesn't try to run away, and it instead cocks its head to the side and looks me up and down as if I get the impression it's sizing me up. Almost as if it were to say, "You're new here," with its nodding gesture and wriggling nose. It's not as big as the gray one Wilbur was in a hurry to carry out of the room, but it's still about the size of my hand. It's not gray either, but splotchy shades of brown, with a pink nose and beady black eyes. It lowers its head, scratching behind its ear before fiddling with its whiskers, and then it kind of shakes its front paws over the rest of its body, I assume in an attempt to clean itself. After doing so, it lifts a single paw in my direction and holds it there, out in the air. Absolutely dumbfounded, I step forward, moving slowly and being sure to make no sudden moves as I bring myself down to its level. With one tiny pink hand still outstretched in my direction, it uses its other, again, to wipe across its face and ear as if to make itself look more presentable. Is it introducing itself to me? Hello? I whisper in a stutter to it, bringing a single finger to its hand. It grabs it with both paws now, and for a moment I'm worried it's going to reel back its head to launch forward and bite me, but it doesn't. Astoundingly, it gently shakes my finger up and down, and I imagine it talking again, this time, "Nice to meet you," with a nod of its head. Yeah, nice to meet you too? I find myself saying it more as a question as it leaves my lips. It lets go of my finger and slowly rubs its body and points around the room with its nose, moving it back and forth, looking for something. Trying to see what it means, I follow where it's looking, but can't quite discern its focus. It crawls down the side of my basket like a spider with silent grace and moves toward the spot that Wilbur's trap had previously laid, a scattering of rat poison pellets still littering the floor. "No, stay away from those, that's..." I try to get in front of it, but it moves around me, looking up at me all the while, and tilting its head back and forth. It picks up a singular pellet and literally throws it across the room. "Poison," I finish my thought out loud. It looks up at me and I swear it nodded in response. "Okay, so you know that stuff is bad, but..." Trying to make sense of the rodent's position. "But what?" It stands back up on its hind legs and shakes its paws in the direction of the trap that once laid in the exact spot Wilbur had left it before. My voice trails off. "The trap... yeah, it's gone." The rat looks down at the same spot dejectedly before falling back onto its 4 paws. "If you're looking for someone," I find myself saying, almost realizing how insane it all sounds, they're gone." The rat lowers its head before letting out a soft, shrill squeal. When it stops and rubs its eyes, my heart breaks for it right then and there. I'm not ashamed to say that I started to tear up as I lowered myself down to sit on the floor near the rat. I slowly bring my hand to rest on the rat's back, but it turns back quickly and hisses at me, causing me to retreat. In a flash, its previously animalistic reaction drops. It shakes its head and it approaches me before standing back up and tapping my shoe. The third tap lingers, holding on to me as it turns and looks back at the spot the trap previously laid, solemnly closing its eyes and shaking its head again. Holy shit. Is this really happening? I can't. All of a sudden, the light switch begins to tick louder, indicating that the light is about to switch back off when the door to the basement swings open, letting light from the doorway obscured only by the shape of a body about to come down the stairs. Instinctively, I softly grab the rat as delicately as I can and place him in my jacket pocket, standing up to at least look like I was trying to do my laundry down here. Hey, do you mind getting the light? I shout up, the light starting to flicker and turn itself off now. Old Man Wilbur, cage in hand, spins the dial and the light comes back on. What are you doing down there? He peers at me through the slitted eyes on his way down the concrete steps. I could feel the rat moving around in my pocket, so I place my hand inside, only to find that it enters my jacket sleeve and begins to crawl up my arm from inside my hoodie. I instinctively let out a weird noise at the sensation, pointing at the laundry basket with my other free hand. Oh, yeah, right. Wilbur looks from me to the basket to me once more, apparently not wondering why I'm standing down here, not actually doing my laundry despite it being there. Ignoring me now, Wilbur leans down and begins setting up the large cage he had previously asked me to lug down there, muttering to himself all the while. At this moment, the rat peeks itself out of my jacket from atop my shoulder, being cautious to not reveal itself too much from its spot near my neck. It scans Wilbur up and down the same way it did me, but when it notices him setting up the cage, it grips me a little bit tighter and begins to shake a little against me. Looking to succeed in my mission, I grab my basket and make for the stairs. I'll just come back later, looking for any excuse to get out of there now and fast. Wait just a second, Wilbur spins around on the balls of his feet, looking up at me for an extended period of time. Don't you want to see how it works? His expression changes as he gestures towards the cage with an open smile, missing a few teeth. Maybe another time, Wilbur. I have to use the bathroom, I blurt out. Oh, understood, he acknowledges with a hand raised in the air. When you gotta go, you gotta go. Getting back to his cage, pulling his screwdriver out from his pocket again to fiddle with it on the floor. Taking the opportunity to secure my jacket and the rat on my shoulder, I grab the basket and run up the stairs, closing the door behind me. I make my way back up to my room slowly, checking for any of my neighbors or any other tenants on the way up. When I don't hear anything along the way, I manage to bolt back to my room before anyone could notice I was even there. Once in my room, I take off my jacket carefully, the rat managing to stay on my shoulder the entire time. It perks up once noticing we're in a new space, looking around my room and kitchen. I hold a hand out for it to step on, it does, and I lower it to my bed. Once down on my bed, the rat looks back up at me as if to say, now what? I don't know. I start thinking about myself, my morning, what's around me, I ask. Are you hungry? It tilts its head to the side again, curiously, obviously not understanding the English language, right? I go to the bread box near the fridge and pull out a half-eaten loaf. As I'm unwrapping the plastic, I hear a scurrying across the floor and realize that the rat had left my bed. All at once, I feel a creeping sensation up my leg, looking down just in time to see the rat free climbing up my jeans. Then my shirt, and back onto the same spot atop my shoulder. Not trying to hinder its process, I stand statue still while it works its way back up to where it previously was. Once there, it looks down at what I'm doing, almost on eye level with me from my shoulder. You must be hungry if you came running over at the second of the food wrapper crinkling. You must be hungry if you came running over at the sound of a food wrapper crinkling. I take off a bit of crust from the sandwich I'm preparing and raise it to my shoulder. Standing on its hind legs again, it reaches a single paw out to grab the morsel and brings it back to its mouth, now in both paws, circulating the food while nibbling. Laughing at the thought of it watching me make a sandwich as if it were to understand and want to make its own, I have an idea. I continue making my sandwich, grabbing contents from the fridge and utensils for condiments, and it continues watching what I'm doing the entire time. When I get to the end, I cut off a little 1-inch by 1-inch section out of a corner, complete with mayo, mustard, ham, and cheese, raising it up to my shoulder to hand the rat its own miniature version of what I've made myself. When it gets it, it holds it, sniffs it, and waits, looking down at the sandwich on my plate below like it's waiting for me to eat with it. I pick it up with one hand and take a bite, and the rat mimics me, using the same hand for the same little sandwich to take the same size bite. Maybe I'm overthinking it, or maybe I'm just easily impressed, but I've never had a pet before, and I've never interacted with a single animal this intelligent. In the last 10 minutes alone, this little thing has expressed emotion, understanding, problem solving, and now imitation. I smile because it's fun, and because I've never had a pet, and because I'm happy if this guy is happy. But then I think the single most dreadful thought any kid would ask themselves in my position, finding an animal and bringing it home. What's Mom going to think? She's probably going to hate it, I resign myself to thinking in the afternoon as it goes along. But I have a semblance of hope that she might be impressed as I am with it, if only she gave it the chance. I can't help but see an image of my mom screaming, "Rat!" before grabbing a broom and smacking it. It's funny, but it's avoidable, as I ultimately decide that the rat is going to have to go back down to the basement tonight before dinner, before Mom gets back. In the meantime, however, I have a free afternoon with a funny little dude, so I'm going to take advantage of it. I turn on the TV as I finish eating my sandwich. The rat has already finished theirs, and this fascinates the rat as it watches the screen with rapt attention. I flick through the channels trying to find something to watch, and the rat sees me handling the remote and how it's affecting the TV. "What do you want to watch?" I ask, as I surf through. When I reach the Food Network, its paws tense up on my shoulder as if to say, "This!" A woman is sharpening knives and carving into chicken. She's delicately cutting around the skin and bone, taking hunks of meat off and onto the plate. I stop watching the TV and instead watch the rat, how it moves its little paws like how we move our hands, flexing individual fingers and imitating the motions it's seeing on the screen. I laugh as I take off my socks and throw them into the hamper across the room. The rat watches them sail through the air and land on the hamper before jumping down and off my bed and going to the basket. It picks one of the socks up in its mouth and drags it back across the floor and back onto the spot on top of the bed. Before long, I find myself playing fetch with it, like a miniature dog, seeing how fast it can run, jump, and climb in the process of getting the sock. I put it on top of the dresser, but it crawled up the side, grabbed it, and jumped back down onto the bed. I put it in the cupboard, but it pulls it open and shuffles its way inside. Each time I present it with a different obstacle, it circumvents it, showing an adept series of thoughts. Amazed each time, it brings it back to the same spot on the bed. I only stop when it looks like it needs a moment to catch its breath. When I move to get back up, it comes with me, crawling back up to the same spot on my shoulder. As I make my way back to the kitchen, it moves from my right shoulder behind my neck and onto my left shoulder, expressing interest in the window. I know it's not much of a view, showing the fire escape and the brick wall on the other side of the glass. It doesn't seem to mind as it stretches out and touches the glass, and I heard its little claws scratch at the pane. It shudders at the cold touch, pulling its paws back, but still looking around. "Yeah, I don't know. I thought about bringing you out there and trying to find somewhere else for you to go, but I'm not so sure anymore. I think a cat or a dog would probably try to get you, and people, well, they don't look too fondly on your kind." I trail off. "Maybe it's the best for you to stay here, but I think of Wilbur and how relentless he seems to be to rid the building of all invasive pests. We'll figure something out," I sigh, bringing myself back to my bed. Laying there for a moment, just kind of looking at the ceiling and thinking about what to do, the rat begins to tap me. "Are you hungry again?" I ask it, sitting up to see it circling its body at the foot of my bed. It doesn't really look up at me the same way as it did before when it was hungry, but paws at the bedspread in a repetitive pattern before looking back up at me. I'm not getting it, but I do have a thought. Going to the junk drawer in the kitchen, I grab a notepad and a worn-down pencil that would measure to about half the rat's height. I hand the rat the pencil, expecting it to immediately start doing something, but instead it starts to chew it. "No," I laugh, taking the pencil back in my hand. "Like this." I draw a spiral with it in the middle of the lined paper. The rat watches before looking back up at me. "Okay?" It looks back down at the paper, and I place the pencil down next to it. It picks it up and starts chewing on it again, this time near the tip. "No!" I laugh, and I move to take it back again, but this time it moves its head away from my hand and continues chewing. "Hey, come on, don't eat that," I say, trying to get the pencil before I hear a snap. And it drops the pencil back into my hand. It chewed through the tip, and it's now just holding a small shard of lead in its paws. "Oh, okay," I say, surprised that it managed to make something comparable to its own size. I let it go. Shakily, with not a ton of control, the rat scribbles down on the paper with a piece of lead, looking like a toddler holding a crayon in its fist. Next to my spiral, it draws a little sort of spiral. It's not precise or complex, but the effort is there, and that's enough to amaze me. I grab a pen from the same drawer this time, and I write down my name on the same piece of paper, Tommy. Maybe it was a nice thought, but the rat just kind of scribbles lines under my name with no true comparison to the letters. I think about explaining it in a different way, and I point at the paper and say my name, Tommy, pointing at the word and then pointing at my chest, repeating myself, Tommy. It looks at the word and it looks at me before going back to the paper with a shard of lead. What looked like scribbles before starts to come together into recognizable shapes. The rat is twisting around on top of the paper now, really going to town with the nub of the pencil in both of its paws. When it's done, it moves out of the way. My jaw nearly hits the floor. It dropped so hard. The scribbles under my name have become a series of shapes, and the shapes come together to look like a face, my face. I can make out the eyes, the nose, mouth, and ears amidst subtle shading scribbles at the top of my head for hair. It's not perfect. It's pretty shaky and unaligned, and the composition is way off, but it's there. I can see myself in it. Wow, I say out loud. Okay. Picking up the pad now, I try to draw the rat as best as I can. It moves to see what I'm doing, but I guard it under a hand. Wait a second, I repeat as I try to take the same amount of time to draw it. When I'm done and I remove my hand, the rat looks at the paper. Surprisingly, it lets out a little squeak. Its tail swings for a moment, reminding me of a dog. It runs to the paper and taps it with its paws, scratching at it lightly. Yeah, that's you! I point at the drawing. That's you! Pointing at the rat now. And that's me! Pointing at the crudely drawn face and back at myself. The rat looks from me to the paper and repeats, acknowledging everything. In surprise, it taps the paper and nods at the same time, right near my drawing. Holy shit, I think again, but out loud this time. No one is going to believe this. As the afternoon comes to a close and the evening starts to set in, I'm seeing 5 p.m. on my phone, and I'm thinking it's probably time to try and sneak back down to the basement before Mom gets home at 6. I wish there was a better way for me to keep you up here, but I just don't think my mom would understand. I tell it, holding out my hand, and at this point it knows what that means and climbs on board, and as I race it to my shoulder where it transfers. I'm thinking I could come back down to the basement and try to clean up some of Wilbur's mess down there to make it more livable for you. I digress. I'd hate for something to happen to you because of him. And then I think about the momentary expression of grief, and Wilbur's words echo in my mind. When you get one, you can almost always account for at least 3 more. Or your family, I say, hoping the rat understands my sentiment. I think it does when it nuzzles into my neck. Maybe it's for comfort, or maybe it's for support, or maybe it's a bit of both, but I already have to admit I care about this thing. It's smart, it's funny, it has personality. I don't want to see it end up in one of Old Man Wilbur's traps or cages or worse. I don't want to leave it in the basement, but I can't think of anywhere else to go, not with how little room there is in our apartment. If my mom were to go anywhere, she'd be in full view of almost anything here, barring underneath my bed, but I can't expect it to stay down there all night. I don't have that much control over it, and for that reason I think it needs to go back in the basement where I found it. When I open the door to the basement and turn the light on, I hear a shrill noise similar to a mousy shriek, but it's not coming from the rat on my shoulder, it's coming from down the shallow cement stairs. The rat runs down the arm of my sweatshirt onto the stairwell banister railing and leaps onto the floor before I even make it 2 steps down. It runs out of view, but when I reach the floor I can see what's got its attention. In the cage contraption that Wilbur last left down here is a large gray rat, bigger than the one I've spent my afternoon with, much bigger. This must be the one that Old Man Wilbur mentioned earlier, but something stands out to me almost immediately. This rat isn't a boy rat like the brown one now circling the cage, or like Wilbur assumed. It's very clearly a girl rat, with a swollen stomach and enlarged protruding nipples on the underside of its body. I can see why this one probably had Wilbur's attention. Not only is it huge, but it might be the brood mother of all rats in the building. Hell, it might even be this rat's mom. From this point forward, I just started calling the male rat Little Guy and the big female rat Mama because it made the most sense to me, and to address any and all rats moving forward would be a tall order, so these nicknames will do. Little Guy is frantically running in circles around the cage, paying me no mind, before lunging at the cage and striking at various sides and chewing before letting go and repeating the same process all over again. Probably forgetting I was even there. I stoop down and he takes notice of me, and this is when Mama does too. She lets out an honestly long and creepy hiss when I move closer to the cage, but this is when Little Guy gets between us and stands on his hind legs and starts waving his little arms around. I assume in an attempt to translate between us and the fact that I wouldn't want to hurt it. This just as immediately calms Mama down, and she relaxes her body back down onto the cold steel floor of the cage that is almost the entire length of her body, tail not included, as it coils around her torso like a snake. We used to have possums down in Florida. They'd sneak into my neighbor's garage and eat their cat food. I bet Mama would give most Florida possums a run for their money in comparison. I don't have a screwdriver, and I remember seeing Wilbur using one when fine-tuning the cage, but I think I can surmise how it works just by looking at it. It has a plate on the center, like a bear trap, and once something enters the interior cage, the two ends snap down in the trap to trap the creature inside. With what little I know about bear traps, I try looking for a mechanism to slide or unlock to disengage the plate, but I don't see anything that makes sense here the same way I'm thinking about it. The bottom of the cage is obscured in a way that I haven't been able to get eyes on yet, even when I was carrying it for Wilbur, but it's the only spot I think the screwdriver would be necessary to the naked eye. Moving cautiously again towards the cage, Mama tenses up, but doesn't hiss at me this time. I think I speak out loud to convey my emotion, but it's probably more for me than it is for them, because they can't understand me. I have to turn this over, okay? I pick the cage up, and Mama doesn't move until I slowly start to rotate it, and then she moves with it until the entire thing is upside down. Once I can see the bottom, I can make out how the pressure plate works and how the mechanism locks and why someone like Wilbur would need a screwdriver to get in between the gears and wind it back towards its open sides. The best I have on me is a key ring in our apartment, and it's a bit too big to fit flush into the spot where a flathead would work best. Grabbing the cage and using my feet to keep it steady, I jammed my key into the spot as hard as I could and tried to gain purchase to twist the slot, and it surprisingly starts to work. Little guy noticed and ran up my back and looked down from his favorite spot on my shoulder. I just have to get this part here to twist, I let out with excruciating effort. The key dislodges and the cage snaps shut again, with Mama close to getting a paw stuck in the gap. I'm sorry, I try to explain to her, but I know it's futile, as she quickly backs away from me and the door of the cage. At this moment, little guy crawls back off my shoulder and down onto the floor, without taking my eyes off the cage and trying to pry the side doors off. With pure strength at this point, I hear little guy scamper back behind the dryer and out of earshot. I'm able to get a finger in between the door and the cage on one side, but I'm in the same situation as Mama when I'm now getting pinched between the hinge and can't hold it open for long. So I take my fingers back out and sit there, exhausted from hunching over and reeling with this thing. As I look around the basement for anything that might be able to do the trick, little guy comes crawling back out holding something in his mouth, a dime. Hey, that might work! I smile down at him as he takes it out of his mouth and literally hands it to me. When I jam the dime into the slot at the bottom between the gears, it gets stuck, but it does the job of disengaging the plate, and the doors begin to open a little bit so I can pry them open without having to fight the hinges. I make an effort to pinch the dime in there as much as I can, no matter if I can't get it back out, I don't care. The idea of breaking this thing for good actually brings a smile to my face. Imagining Wilbur thinking the rats did it makes me laugh out loud. With a bit of applied pressure from my palm, the dime is completely flush in the gap of the plate mechanism now, so this is the best I'll be able to do, and it's enough. With enough give, the doors snap open on one side, and before I can think twice, Mama bolts from its confines and is out of sight behind the dryer in the blink of an eye. Little guy runs off after her, but not before turning and looking at me and giving me the same nod and head shake he did when we met this afternoon, as if to say thank you for not killing me, or her, amongst other things. And I nod back silently, waving him off until he's out of sight too, whispering, "See you later, little guy." Looking back at the bent door to the cage and the broken pressure plate mechanism at the bottom gives me a sense of satisfaction I never would have thought possible. Mission accomplished rings true in my head and fills with a sappy warmth I can only really relate to helping someone in need. Charity goes a long way, I think to myself as I kick the cage a little ways across the room, away from the washer and dryer machines and wherever little guy and Mama reside. I stare at it and hope it acts as a reminder for Wilbur to let things go, but I know it probably won't, as a sinking feeling in my gut lingers on the cage a moment too long. I hear the ticking light getting louder from the top of the stairs, and in an effort to not get stuck down here in the dark, I run up before it goes out. In the hall across the basement door, a smell wafts from under the Truskowski family door, and the scent of a savory dinner reaches my nose, and my stomach begins to turn and grumble in response. Coming up the stairs, I can hear a soft conversation between Miss Yeager and a loved one coming from behind her door. Back on my floor, the static buzz of a TV behind Wilbur's door is interrupted with intermittent snoring ripping through the silence. The door to our place is unlocked, so I'm not surprised when I come back in to see Mom making dinner in the kitchen. "Hey, where you been? Just in time for dinner, your favorite, spaghetti and meatballs," she says without turning. "Oh, just exploring, getting up to no good, general hijinks, but I don't actually like spaghetti and meatballs, right?" "I don't think anyone does, honey, but it's food, so we're going to remain grateful for this new job and this roof over our heads and this food on our table, right?" "Yeah, right, sorry," as I think of a couple that might like some dinner. "It's okay. I honestly expected a little bit more attitude from you, to be honest. It's okay if things are rough right now, but they'll get better. This is just a weird time because you're bored and I'm busy and we don't have time together." "Yeah, no, you're right. Things will get better. It's okay." And I can't help but think of little guy and rescuing Mama and wanting to tell my mom about it, but I choose not to. Some things are just better kept to myself, and the less she knows about me and the rats in this building, the better, especially if I want to find out if they're fans of spaghetti and meatballs. As soon as dinner is served and mostly eaten and done, Mom goes for her room and collapses onto her bed while I clean the dishes. That's the deal. She cooks, I clean. Before I know it, I hear her phone scrolling turn into a soft snore I know well. So I collect the scraps of spaghetti and meatballs from the unfinished meal in the trash and drop them into a handful of paper towels, wrapping them and placing them in my pockets. I creep back down the now silent and dark apartment building, and when I reach the laundry door to the basement, something stops me. Maybe it's the uncertainty of everything or something my mom said about hoping for things to be better, but I shake it off when I open the door and spin the dial switch for the lights once more. A massive scurrying is heard down below at the sound of the dial spinning and a light flickering on, but when I come down the stairs I see a curious sight, even more curious than anything earlier. Wilbur's cage contraption is back in the middle of the room from the previous spot I kicked it, but now it looks like the parts of it are both missing and chewed through and almost entirely disassembled. And on top of it is little guy looking up at me as if he were expecting me this entire time. As I kneel to his position on top of the cage to survey the damage, I remember hearing a fun fact somewhere that mice and rodents can chew through almost anything, but now seeing this is almost ridiculous. This thing looks absolutely mangled and totally inoperable from this point forward. Man, Wilbur is not going to be happy about this, I say with a hint of a smirk. Little guy lifts something up to me once more and holds it out, and I hold out my hand to see him place the dime from earlier on my fingertips. I laugh. "Thanks, I appreciate it," and he nods a bit too knowingly as if to say, "No, thank you." His nose twitches at the smell in my pocket, so I unveil the wrapped package from within, a half-eaten meatball and a small pile of spaghetti scraps. Before I can even place them down on the ground in front of him, I notice shadows creeping in around my position, seemingly from every corner of the basement and from behind every appliance and bin, almost like they've been coming out of the walls themselves. Dropping the bundle in a startled backstep, 20, maybe even 30 rats of various sizes, shapes, and shades approach me but stay a comfortable distance from both me and the cage and little guy until Mama comes back out, this time with little bundles clinging to her sides and back. This is when I see that the bundles are babies clinging to her fur and feeding off of her hulking body as she moves across the floor silently. When she comes to a stop in front of the bundle of scraps, she looks up at me and nods, like little guy, as if to say thank you. The babies start to twitch and release from her and dig into the paper towel with untold ferocity. With gnashing teeth, they dive into the scraps and even eat the sauce-covered paper towel in little nibbling bites. Little guy steps down from the cage and approaches them, and they regard him with careful attention, and this is when I think I assume little guy is actually little dad, but Mama doesn't make any moves for the food as the other rats around us approach and try to get a taste before the babies eat everything. A wave of fur washes over the spot where the food was, and soon nothing is left, not even a shred of the paper towel. "Whoa," I say, looking back at little guy, who I didn't see get anything, and he sees my face but shakes his head, as if to say, "It's okay, I'm good." This is when I notice all 20 or 30 set of rat eyes are on me, and I laugh as I remember Wilbur saying, "Infestation," which makes me laugh, albeit uncomfortably, as I notice some of the rats salivating and rubbing their mouths and teeth in my direction. Before things get too weird, however, Mama turns and waddles back into the direction of the washing machines, and the babies follow, and slowly the rest disappear back into the cracks and crevices they too came from until it's just me and little guy again. "Hey, You be careful down here, I point at the cage when I speak to him. The guy who made that, Wilbur, the guy who was down here before, he's not going to be happy about this, or your family. Maybe I spoke too fast, or maybe there's a disconnect in logic this time, but little guy shakes his head as if to say no, or I don't know. Even I don't know. I don't speak rat, and I've just been trying my best thus far to convey what I mean, so I kneel back down near the cage and point at it again, more specifically. The man, Wilbur, and I imitate, hunching over with a screwdriver and turn the cage back upright. He lives upstairs, as I point up, and little guy follows. He's not going to like this, but little guy just shakes his head again, and this time it feels more definitive as a no. Okay, well don't say I didn't warn you, I say, standing back up and moving to go back up the stairs before I feel a tug at my pants leg. Little guy's holding on to the cuff of my jeans, tugging it ever so lightly. I stop and turn and look back down at him as he begins to make motions with his little paws, and I start to feel like I'm playing a bad game of charades. He raises one paw and points, but I don't get it. So he points at the cage and runs over, smacks it with his tail before climbing all over it and pulling at it. I still don't get it, so I just nod along. I think he gets that I'm not getting it, so he just nods and waves his paws at me again. So I get closer and he crawls up my leg and gets back to his spot on my shoulder and tries to point at things from my perspective, but I'm still not getting it, so I take him back down from my shoulder and place him down on the floor again. It's okay, I'll bring more food down tomorrow. I assume he's referencing the dinner I brought or the time I made the sandwich for him, but I admit I'm just not seeing what he's seeing. This time he sits and watches me as I climb the stairs to leave the basement again. Smell you later. This time the feeling begins to grow in my stomach as the door closes behind me and I see him sitting there waiting. I can't place my finger on it, but he was trying to tell me something. I'm sure of it. Maybe I could bring the paper and pen down again tomorrow, I think to myself as I creep back up to our room through the dark hallways once more. I'm better at Pictionary than I am at charades, after all. When I'm outside Wilbur's door, I hear him muttering in there, cursing about something to himself, probably the rats, I think, as I sneak into our flat and lock the door behind me, before collapsing back onto my bed where I belong. As I nestle my head onto my pillow, I think about all of them down there, just the sheer amount of the rats that came out of hiding for that brief moment. I think about how fast they devoured every bit of what I brought down for them. I think about the cage and how they seriously took that thing apart. I think about little guy and mama and the babies, and when I close my eyes to go to bed, you've got your work cut out for you, I find myself giggling, maybe even a little nervously, until I fall asleep. I hear Mom wake up to her alarm, shower, and kiss my cheek before she leaves for work in the morning. With nothing on my schedule, on another boring summer day, I roll around and think about sleeping in before I remember little guy. I want to check in with him and see if I can figure out what he was trying to tell me last night. I grab the same notepad and pencil from yesterday and slip out the door in the same clothes I fell asleep in last night. On my way past Wilbur's door, I see it cracked open, but he's not in there, and my stomach sinks as I descend the stairs and see Miss Yeager shaking her head at a racket coming from down below. Without stopping to talk about it, I rush past her and make my way to the ground floor. Before I'm even at the basement door, I can hear Old Man Wilbur going off from within its depths. When I open the door, he's doubled over the washing machine with a flashlight pointing towards the various holes in the foundation amongst the dryer ventilation and plumbing pipes for the washing machines, screaming into the insides unintelligibly. When he sees me enter the room with a notepad in tow, he gives me a wild look, but nothing along the lines of co-conspirator. There's no way he'd know, right? Look what they did, he points to the cage. Scraps! That's all that's left! Those animals! Those... He stops himself short of cursing in front of me, but I'm not looking to stop him. I'm telling you, it's an infestation. No one believed me, but now I have proof. He picks up the scraps with metal bracket pieces falling off and clanging onto the floor in a stream behind him. It's time to call in support, boyo. Time for the heavy artillery. Extermination is needed. He hops up the stairs without so much as a peep from me, with the same express quickness that defies his age. As soon as he's out of the room, I drop to the floor onto the same spot Wilbur just was and begin calling out for them. Hey guys, it's me, Tommy. But there's nothing to be heard, not a scamper nor a scurry. Hello, little guy, mama, anyone there? I tip my eye to any hole or crack I can find, but I'm not seeing anything. When I stop and listen, I'm also not hearing anything, so I wait. I wait and I wait until the dial on the light begins to audibly click like it does. I reset the light and come back down the stairs and wait some more, but when 3 more minutes go by and the light starts to click again, I decide it's best to leave. For one, they're not here, and two, staying down here will only look more suspicious to anyone else who might notice my lack of laundry. So I decide it might be best to go back to my room and try again later. Miss Truskowski is on the way out with little Nick in tow when I come back out from the basement. With her hands full, I offer to get the door for her, and she thanks me before hesitating outside the doorway. "He was down there yelling for hours all morning, Wilbur," she asks, shaking her head before stopping and turning to me. "You've been spending time down there with him, no?" "No," I start, but correct myself. "I mean, yes, I have been, but it's..." until she stops me. "What you do with your time is your business, Thomas, but I worry for that man and his sanity. Do not make me worry about you as well," concern flashing across her face. "No, it's not," I trail off, lost at how to even begin trying to explain this to someone. "I'm okay, I'm looking for something. Trust me, I'm okay, you don't need to worry about crazy old Tommy." I try to reassure her with a smile, but she solemnly nods before turning and going down the steps and on her way. Nick gives me a little wave from over her shoulder, and I wave back before he nestles into her and they disappear around the corner. When I run back upstairs and try to eavesdrop on Wilbur, I hear him talking to someone on the phone, presumably pest control or an exterminator. He's calling in for immediate assistance, and a pit begins to form in my stomach. Whatever time I have to warn little guy and his family is running out. We are now on borrowed time. The floorboards creak under my foot, and Wilbur stops talking to whip his door open in one swift motion, with me nearly tumbling in from having an ear pressed to it. I catch myself from completely eating shit on his welcome mat, but he's all too glad to see me. "Oh, I thought I heard you. Don't worry, kid. I've got a specialist coming out tomorrow to take care of this once and for all." He nods self-indulgently. "Oh, that's good." I correct my posture and make a move to act natural and walk back to my room. "Like you said, it's a problem and it needs fixing." "You got it," he agrees. "I'm going to personally make sure that they're all either dead or driven far away from here by the time we're done. And to think, it's taken me this long to call this in. I've been trying for years to take care of this on my own, but enough is enough. Sometimes you need a professional, and I'm man enough to admit that. This will be done soon. Mark my words, we'll get 'em all." He mumbles to himself as he closes his door and leaves me standing there in the hallway. Years? He's been dealing with this for years. That's wild, I think, as I shake my head and go back to my room. Almost as soon as I'm back in my flat, I move to the fridge to get something to drink when I see a note my mom left me posted on the refrigerator door. "Be back late tonight. Work thing. Get some food or pocket money for drugs. I don't care. Love you." And I immediately think of my favorite thing I've had since moving to New York, pizza. Say what you will about Florida, but they are out of their depth when it comes to the culinary delights that Brooklyn can offer. I call Luigi's on South Slope, and within the hour, delicious square-cut spumoni is in my hands. This stuff can last me all day, but I make a point to save at least 2 slices for Mom and a 3rd slice for my friends in the basement. They can't deny pizza. It has cheese. As I look at the notepad on the counter, little guy's scribbles stare back at me, and I find myself worrying about him. And the pizza starts to taste less good. I'll make a point to check later tonight. I have to warn them about the exterminator. After 3 more slices, a nap, some TV, a shower, and much more contemplation, I notice the sun going down, and I figure there's no better time than the present. With a slice of pizza on a paper plate in one hand and the notebook in my other hand, pencil in my pocket, I slowly and quietly make my way back outside and down the hallway. I stop at Wilbur's door briefly, and I don't hear anything out of the ordinary. TV surfing, the sound of static, various channels playing briefly before switching to another broadcast. I creep past, making sure not to step on the same stubborn floorboard that gave me away before. I'm down the stairs and past Miss Yeager's and the Truskowski's doors, but I stop at the basement laundry door and try to listen first for any sound, even the smallest noise. When I open it and turn on the light as fast as I can, notebook under my arm, I still don't hear anything. I run down and I still don't see anything, and now I'm getting even more concerned and anxiety is mounting in my veins. I can feel the pressure working its way to my head as the warmth takes over and my eyes get misty, before I can breathe and try to control myself from losing my cool too fast. Hey guys, I'm back with some food. I brought you pizza. I'm really excited to see how you like it, I say as I look around the room. I sit on the cold concrete and let the plate reach the floor, but nothing ever comes for it. The smell wafts through the entire room and not a movement can be heard in the silence surrounding me, drowning me in worry. Maybe they left, I think to myself. Maybe they knew. How could they know? I question every thought and with another question. Yeah, they're smart, but they couldn't possibly have seen this coming. Even little guy, he was trying to tell me something. He was pointing and waving, trying to explain something. As I think back to last night, I remember him, his expression, and the cage. I mentioned Wilbur, and he hit the cage and pointed. He pointed up. He pointed at the cage, and he pointed up. Wilbur. Picking the pizza back up off the floor, I sprint back up the stairs and make my way to Wilbur's front door. Slowly, cautiously, I turn the doorknob and open it to his flat. Unlocked, not as surprising as it might sound for almost everyone in this building, darkness greets me on the other end with the faint blue light of a TV coming from down the hallway. I pass by his kitchen, which is messier than I thought it would be, with food scraps and plates sitting unwashed on almost every surface with a funky smell floating through the air. Trying to be as silent as possible, I put my back to the hallway wall and slide one foot after the other into his living room, passing another doorway, this one a small single bedroom, seemingly untouched, bed made, a layer of dust on almost everything in there. I see an open closet and a few dresses and assume this might have been his wife's room, because I remember Miss Yeager mentioning that Wilbur had a wife that passed away some years ago. Trying not to linger more than I have to, I finally get to the corner and peer into his living room, nearly double the size of my room kitchen in our flat. The static screen of an old rabbit-eared TV fills the room with a hazy blue light, casting a glow on everything. In the middle of the room, facing away from me and toward the TV, a lazy boy recliner doused in shadow. In the chair, covered under the silhouette of darkness, Wilbur sits, sleeping, I think, his chest silently rising and falling. Relieved, I let out an audible sigh, but that's when I caught Wilbur's expression. His eyes aren't closed, they're wide open. I've heard of people sleeping with their eyes open before, so I make a point to enter the room and get a better look at him, when I also realize his mouth is hanging wide open, slack-jawed, breathlessly, drool flowing freely and down onto his shirt. Drool and something else. It's hard to tell, but it's dark and pooling around his chest and running down, staining the fabric of his plain white tee. Leaning down and getting a better look at his face, the slice of pizza still in hand. Hey, Wilbur, I begin. I ordered some pizza and But I cut myself off as I see the tortured, mangled expression on his face, like a statue stuck in a screen. As I back away with shock and horror, he suddenly heaves forward at me, letting out a terrifying and howling screech from somewhere that sounds deep inside of him. Not his throat, not his mouth, but echoing from inside, up and out of him. His body crumples in on itself as he swings out of his chair, catching himself before he can hit the ground, staggering to his feet haphazardly. Struggling to even stand up straight, his arms twitch and latch out wildly in every direction before straightening out and reaching for me. With a series of unstable steps, he closes the distance between us faster than I thought possible. Frozen, I watch as he stumbles toward me. I didn't know what I was seeing or what was happening, and like something out of a horror movie, he lunged for me, still screeching all the while. With a hand on my shoulder, he gripped me tighter and tighter, and I saw his eyes bulge before rolling back to whites inside his skull. When his grip started hurting me, I finally let out a scream and broke out of my stunned state, fighting to get him off of me. He had one of my arms locked in his grasp, so I dropped the paper plate with the pizza in an attempt to free myself. Mustering all my strength to shove him off of me, I sent him crashing into the wall back toward the hallway I came in through. With my back to the window, he reeled his head back and began to shoot blood and guts from his mouth and out onto the floor in a solid stream, effectively cutting me off from the hallway back to the open front door of his apartment, filling the living room floor with blood and bile as his chest undulates from under his shirt. I turn on my heels and slide open the window as fast as I can. It's a similar window to the one in our kitchen, so I recognize the same rusted fire escape outside before I hear his slopping footsteps approach from behind me. Without much thought, I jump out onto it and it shakes with my impact. Reaching for me and gnashing his mouth open and shut like some kind of rabid animal, Wilbur can't quite get me as he spasms in the window frame. He's trying to raise his legs to come out the window after me, but he doesn't get higher than a few inches off the ground, stuck in the window's frame. When he reels back again, I take the opportunity to close the window between us and sidestep onto the uneasy catwalk as fast as possible. Hearing him thud on his window while I try to open mine, I find no such luck as I remember Mom mentioning that she'd like to keep it locked at all times for basic home security reasons. When I turn to think about what other available options I might have left, two things happen. The first thing I notice is the fire escape start to shake and wobble under my feet. The second thing I realize as it becomes clear is that I'm standing on the part that folds out and becomes a stepladder under the weight of my body while I'm still standing on it. The spot snaps and I fall through and hit the same catwalk below. That floor also bends and breaks under the weight of my body colliding into it, and I see a light turn on in Miss Yeager's floor just as I try to reach out and grab anything in my free fall. A railing, a pole, anything, but the same extension opens below me, and as I slide off of it, I see the ground coming up to meet me, and I twist my body in such a way to not land on my head, and instinctively reach out an arm to catch myself, but hear a resounding snap as it crumples under the weight of my body on impact. Body, meet, ground. Coming to my feet faster than I can register the pain in my arm, I look around for any imminent signs of danger and notice none. The fire escape rings with the impact of my body on every floor, but the shaking stops as I reach for the ladder and see my hand bent at a new angle. Able to flex my fingers only slightly, I brace myself for the pain as it rolls up my sleeve to survey my wrist. There's no bone or puncture poking through, but the purple splotched skin confirms the broken bone, and I hold it to my body and try to keep the joint from flailing in any direction. Running to the front door of the building from around the alley, I'm left in a curious position as I grab my keys with my non-dominant hand and place them in the lock. Knowing what I have to do in order to get back inside, I let my broken wrist fall as I swing my other arm up and around to get the door open. Luckily, it does so without the need for much dancing. I suppose myself lucky this one time. Miss Yeager is already coming down the stairs to the ground floor when I come in. Thomas, was that you who just fell off the... Oh my God, your wrist! She pulls me into a hug, being mindful of my arm when Mr. Truskowski opens their front door we're now standing in front of. With an ice pack already in hand, he shushes my wincing, all the while saying, Ostrosny. Thomas, what the hell happened? Miss Yeager begins. What were you even doing out there? Unable to find my words, Mr. Truskowski quickly shuffles back into his apartment, and I hear him talking to his wife in his native tongue. She hands him a hand towel when he begins to wrap the ice pack around my wrist in one fluid motion. You told me not to worry about you, Thomas, Miss Truskowski echoed from inside, giving me an up-and-down glance. Thank goodness you're all right. He will be okay. Mr. Truskowski gives me a thumbs up and a wobbly smile as I try to find some kind of logical explanation to tell them. Thank you. I nod to him and try not to move my arm any more than I have to. I fell, but I'm okay. Miss Truskowski rolls her eyes with a smile at my response, but calls her husband back into their flat before closing the door. You're lucky you didn't die, Miss Yeager chastises, but with a sorrowful expression, dragging me up the stairs in her embrace. Wait until your mother hears about this. Yeah, she's still at work. I look up at the stairs as we ascend and think about what awaits me on the third floor. Won't be back until later. Well, don't you dare go messing around out there again. It's no wonder you got hurt. That fire escape is as old as I am. Older! Coming to her doorway now. You need to be more careful, especially when your mother isn't around. I will, Miss Ellie, her glare turning back into a smile. You get your mom to take you to a doctor for x-rays pronto. I don't want to see you here tomorrow without a cast. She tugs me with a finger as she closes her door. I will, until her door finally closes and my eyes move to rest on the stairs leading up to the third floor. As I make an effort to go up them as quietly as I can, I hear a faint rustling on the third floor landing. Something moves and casts a shadow on the stairwell, growing larger and larger until I see it at the lip of the stairs. A rat. Not just any rat, but little guy, standing there, his shadow looming down the staircase, almost hopping with excitement. He beckons me forward and up the rest of the stairs, and when I reach the landing, he points to my arm and begins to sniff the air, concerned. It's okay, I'm okay, but what are you doing? He turns to run, but not for my door, for Wilbur's, disappearing into the frame purposefully left ajar. Hesitantly, I follow, no longer hearing anything similar to the previous commotion coming from inside. The smell of blood still hits me in a pungent wave as I enter, but it's being drowned out with something else that makes my nose twitch. Bleach and Windex singe my nose as I draw closer to the interior hallway and see Wilbur almost hugging the wall and using a single arm to clean the floor beneath him with a mop. Moving like he's a puppet on strings, his body swings back into the direction of a bucket that is being pushed by several rats. Another rat is rolling a bottle of cleaning product along the floor of the living room as another is stopping to squeeze the handle and shoot its contents in every direction. 2 other rats are dragging towels along the floor and collecting grime and viscera to meet the mop as it dunks itself into more bleachy water within the bucket. What the fuck is going on? Is all I can think when I notice Lil Guy dragging the piece of pizza back onto the plate from off the floor before dragging the plate with the pizza on it back over to me. He pushes it forward and nods as if to say, "Here you go." "No, that was for you guys," I say as I try to ignore Wilbur flailing the mop head around and getting water all over the place. "I was looking everywhere for you." Lil Guy nods and points over at Wilbur. "Yeah, no, I was trying to figure out what you meant last night, but I didn't think it meant this, whatever this is." Lil Guy nods again before scampering over to Wilbur's ankle and smacking it with his tail. All at once, Wilbur's body seems to visibly deflate and crumple to the ground. Looking back at me as if to say, "Watch this," Wilbur's body begins to convulse on the ground. The same undulation I saw from under his clothes starts to happen again, but this time I see why. The rats. 10s of them begin to come out from under his shirt and sleeves and pants. With utter horror and bewilderment, I see several of them begin to come out of his mouth. Their fur stained with blood, their teeth gnashing with bits and pieces they've collected from inside of him. They line up behind Little Guy before he snaps his tail against the floor, and they all stop moving behind him and look up at me. "Holy shit," I whisper out as I kneel down to Wilbur's now noticeably lifeless husk. "You killed him." Little Guy snaps the ground with his tail once more and points at the phone hanging off the receiver on the wall. I think back to the last time I talked to Wilbur. "The exterminator," I say out loud. Little Guy nods. You killed him before he could kill you." Little Guy turns and raises a paw to the other rats that have been sitting there staring at me, some of them drooling and others still gnashing their teeth. When he lowers his paw, they scatter, returning to their spots in the folds of Wilbur's clothes, some of them burrowing back into his gaping mouth. Wincing, unable to watch as his lifeless eyes roll back into his head once more, and his mouth distends as several furry bodies disappear into his gaping maw, I turn my attention back to Little Guy. "It was kinda like self-defense, but I don't know how well this is going to work for you in the long run." Little Guy now turns away from me to crawl up the front of Wilbur's body before he too crawls into Wilbur's mouth and disappears inside. "So what was that when I came in? Why did you chase me?" I ask, moving around the heap that is now Wilbur. Again, all at once, Wilbur's limbs lash out and struggle to gain purchase on the floor before hoisting his body up onto shaky legs, limbs coiling and unfurling with and against gravity. In amazement, I watch as his arm reaches out and grabs the piece of pizza from the plate on the floor and carefully picks up the slice and brings it to his lips. "You wanted the pizza. Figures." When Wilbur's mouth creaks open, I can see Little Guy stick his head out and grab it, pulling it inside with a quick snatch. As Wilbur's mouth closes, I notice a bulge squeeze its way down his throat before his chest undulates again, reaching down to where I think his stomach is, as I assume they are now eating the pizza inside of him. In a fucked up way, it kind of makes sense. I mean, I've never seen 20 rats try to pilot a human body before, but if Ratatouille taught me anything, it's anyone can cook, so I let them. It's somewhat convincing, but I'm still going to pretend I didn't just see that, as I fight back the urge for the pizza inside me to revisit the surface. "You know, there's other things to factor, like decomposition and the smell," but I'm cut off as Wilbur reaches for a pair of sunglasses on the counter, putting them on to obscure his dead eyes with shaky steps over to the lazy boy recliner in the middle of the room. The body is lowered until sitting down. Once there, he moves to pick up from the TV remote, turns on the TV and starts surfing the channels. When he comes to rest on the Food Network, his head lolls in my direction, and little guy comes crawling out of his mouth once more and skitters to the floor in front of me. Okay, show off. How do you plan to pay rent? Ignoring the question, rubbing himself against the towel on the floor before scampering up my pants and back onto my shoulder, little guy pokes at my arm that leads down to the broken wrist. No, it's okay, I'm fine. Before lowering his head and shaking it, rubbing his nose and then cleaning his fur, he hesitates before curling into my neck and embracing me as if to say, sorry. Hey, I hold a hand up to him and he nuzzles into it. It's okay, I'm okay. Really. Trying not to let my neighbor's body linger on me too much, I decide to walk back to my room to lay down, and little guy stays on my shoulder as I move. He's watching me, how I move, how I grab my keys to unlock my door, and I realize now that he's been watching me this whole time. He's been learning with me. In a fucked up kind of way, I might be the inspiration for why they did this. Trying not to think that I might be to blame for all of this, it hits me. Hey, I place little guy down on my bed. We're neighbors, I say with a laugh as I lay down and fall asleep, little guy nestled into me. I wake to my mom coming back into the apartment in the middle of the night, but she looks too exhausted to deal with me, so I pretend to be asleep and let her eat cold pizza in silence before she too passes out in her room. When I hear the light snoring coming from her room, I move to see if little guy is still here, but he isn't. I put my ear to the wall and hear the low buzz of a TV next door in Wilbur's flat, channels flipping over from infomercial before setting on reruns of Happy Days. With a smile, I hold my limp arm to my chest as the now melted ice pack sloshes around from underneath the towel. The water blooms out and dampens the towel now, but I don't pay it any mind as I drift back to sleep. When the sun comes up and my mom comes into the room to see my purple wrist balloon to the size of a grapefruit, naturally she's furious with me for A, not having told her, and B, letting her come home, eat pizza, and sleep without letting her know any sooner. Miss Yeager gives us a nod of approval as Mom practically drags me out of the building and into the car to go off to the emergency room. Say what you will about Mom's new job, at least the insurance premium pays well. After some light surgery where I'm luckily knocked out for the entire ordeal, I wake up to 6 pins in a cast from my forearm to my fingers, with only little wiggly bits past my knuckle able to be seen and somewhat flexed. It hurts. I'd like to think I'm not being a baby about it, but with all the painkillers my mom said I kept talking about my little guy on the way home, and was weirded out as to what extent I might have meant. Not thinking that it was anything weird or gross, but reminiscing about when I was a kid and had an imaginary friend. She told me that she was happy I've been able to find some new company here in Brooklyn, even if it was still imaginary. As we pull into our usual spot out front of the apartment building and I feel some of my senses coming back to me, I see a truck out front labeled Pest Pro, and a sinking feeling grows in my gut. It abates somewhat when I see Miss Truskowski holding the door open for him as the exterminator hoists his bag of supplies back outside and into the back doors of his truck. It seems like I missed all the commotion of his arrival when I was knocked out for my surgery, and for a moment I worry about how much or how far he might have gone in his exploration of our building until I meet eyes with Mrs. Truskowski. She shakes her head as I walk past her, and she mutters to my mom out of earshot of the exterminator, "Wasn't able to find anything down there. Guess Wilbur was wrong about his infestation of his. He didn't even come down to talk to him," with a shrug. Must be embarrassed about making such a fuss about it. My mom laughs back. He's been real quiet lately. Let him go. Let him have his peace, Miss Truskowski says, but I feel she's more so saying it for herself when she lets out a long, exasperated sigh after. When the exterminator comes back and does a once-over on the ground floor in front of us, flashlight in hand, he admits, "Yeah, I'm not going to charge you anything because I wasn't able to find anything, but here's my card if you need anything in the future." He holds a hand out to each of us, but only gives one to my mom and Mrs. Truskowski before stopping at me and instead shaking my hand awkwardly. When he goes to leave, I stumble forward to follow him, and from the front steps of the building I ask, "You really weren't able to find anything down there?" Trying not to show too much curiosity. "Nah, nothing but some old droppings. If I were to take a guess, I'd say that whatever rats your neighbor was going on about have long since moved out. There might have been a couple, but I wouldn't put the number over a small family, maybe 4 or 5. But they're not where he said they were anymore, and I couldn't find any evidence to suggest they'd be back anytime soon. They're usually indicators for these things, evidence, but he says with a shrug while moving around the front of the truck to get back to the driver's side. He opens the door but doesn't get in just yet. It's not surprising, though. Rats are smart like that, he says from his spot in the street. Some are nomadic in nature, while others find a safe place to nest. If they're desperate, they'll move around, scavenge, adapt. They're really quite incredible at foraging and finding new territory, all the while managing to balance food stores within their burrows. They don't usually settle down unless they're sure about all perceived threats that may surround them. It's really quite remarkable. Now noticing he's gone off on a tangent, he looks back up at me and says, "They're smarter than you think," with a wink before climbing back into his truck, starting the engine and peeling away from the curb and onto the street. Oh, I know, I think to myself, now unable to hide the smile growing on my face as I turn back and look at our apartment building, all the way up to our new home on the 3rd floor. They're much smarter than you'd think.
All right, very good. I like that. That image of all those rats inside the guy.
Inside the dead body, walking around. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Ratatouille was my inspiration. I just really wanted to do, like, a fucked up version of that. I think I had also rewatched Guillermo del Toro's Mimic.
Oh, yeah.
About the cockroach people.
Yeah.
Recently, and I was like, I'm not really afraid of cockroaches. I'm really not. I would just step on a cockroach, even a huge cockroach. I'd just smack it with something, you know. It's a bug. It's a bug. But I feel like, one, rats are super misunderstood, and people don't know how actually smart they are.
Yeah.
And two, it's almost like plausible that they could, like, find a way to do something fucked up, like kill someone. It's like, I don't think cockroaches could kill someone, you know, so that's where my mind started. I was like, what is a small enough animal that could get away with killing someone? And then I thought about the old movie, what is it called Wilbur? Or is it called
Willard?
Willard, yeah. No, I named Wilbur off of my actual neighbor back when I lived with my brother who passed away. He was a nice guy. He was really cool. I actually wanted to have him on the show. He wasn't a rat-obsessed freak. I thought about that story, about how that guy, Willard, uses, like, an army of rats, Pied Piper style, to, like, exact revenge on people. So obviously I'm taking from a lot of these things I know, but I was trying to tell, like, a different kind of quote-unquote sweet coming-of-age, like, creepypasta-ish creature feature with it. And I feel like I more or less did that.
I think so. I wasn't sure where you were headed for a while. I don't mean that as a criticism.
I literally told you when we read your story that it's just like, for a while there I was like, exposition, need to set story, need to set context, need to give background info. I think, like, it's funny that we read your story about a big angry dog.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, I'm going to read a story about a freaky little rat, or group of rats, I suppose. It's really just one rat that kind of organized the rest of them a little bit more intelligently, enough to motivate them to do something about their lives. But it is really funny how both of us took something kind of commonplace, or at least understood by people, and just kind of twisted it and said, well, what if this was, like, the most fucked up it could possibly be?
Right.
Yeah. I think there's, like, little parts of it that I would probably cut around or cut about, but for the most part I was like, yeah, no, that's like exactly where I wanted it to be, exactly how I wanted the structure to go. Like, first act introduction, meet the rat, second act kind of rising action, figuring out what the rat's deal is, and then third act just kind of pay off with the creepy Ratatouille moment where we see the capabilities of what a small organized force of rodent creatures would be capable of.
I like you have the introduction where you explain about how the rats are smarter than you think, and then it comes back around with the exterminator.
Yeah, I think I did that with, like, each of my stories. But yeah, I mean, do you think it was too long? for what it was?
I don't think so. If you were gonna edit it at all, like maybe in the first section, you could tighten it up just like
Tighten up like the
a little
apartment
bit,
coming
but
to the yeah.
yeah. I mean, nothing major.
Yeah. You think the payoff is worth
Yeah,
the ending to see where it goes? Is there anything like critical that I could take away from?
I mean, I don't have any major criticism or anything.
I ask because this is the first time I would say since like fucking college, like close to 10 years ago, that I sat down and I wrote something as like seriously as I could. You know, like the first story I don't feel as like connected to, but the middle two, this one and Promotion, I was like, these are actually like competent. These are actually like fun, quick, short stories that I feel like if I were to like post this online, if I were to put this on No Sleep, Creepypasta, like whatever, like do you think people would like it? Do you think I could like actually put it out there, and do you think people would be susceptible?
I'm not sure that I've ever seen one of those sites.
You've never seen
I'm
Reddit
sure that
or
I've
Creepypasta?
Reddit. I know.
Yeah.
But I don't know that people post stories there.
No Sleep, specifically that.
Okay.
Specifically that forum is where we get a lot of our stories. It's people who just kind of source their own shit and put it out there into the internet to say, hey, read my story, I hope you like it.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's garbage and sometimes it's great. And
I don't see any reason that people wouldn't like the story.
I'm thinking the reason I'm collecting everyone's stories is I think I'm going to start putting them on No Sleep under our banner, and I'm going to ask people which story they like the most out of all the stories that I'm going to submit. Maybe not a contest, but just, you know,
what's the prize?
A query.
An image that came to mind during your story when all the rats are in them and they have them walking around and doing that shit, I thought about in Men in Black.
Yeah.
Which is not like a movie that I think about very much or have seen
but it's
anytime
it's
recently.
fair, yeah.
But when dude was stomping around
the cockroach alien is wearing his skin.
Yeah.
No, I think that's fair. I think I definitely thought of what's his name, Edgar, in that movie. Edgar, what's wrong with you? More sugar.
I didn't
More
remember
sugar
his name.
More sugar water. Edgar, you done crazy? Edgar, you feeling all right?
That was.
I think I also, now this wasn't in the original book, not that I remember. I've been thinking about reading it on the show because I love it. But in Neil Gaiman's Coraline, when she's doing all of the tasks to get the pieces of like the souls of the kids back from the witch, the one she has to collect from the weird neighbor upstairs, when they describe him as like a shadow wearing clothes that looks like crumpled in on itself. In the movie, when she like pushes the clothes over, it explodes into like a pile of rats and they all go running across the room. And in the book, I don't think it's explained that way. In the book, I think he's much more of like a creepy, shadowy, you know, Peter Pan-ish, you know, shadowy monster. And I don't remember necessarily of the details of like him exploding with rats and all of the rats like coming out of his clothes and shit. But I'd be lying if I said that specific sequence in the movie of imagining like just like rats like filtering out of like a dude's sleeves while he's like holding his hands out, like that's where I was like, I want to do something like that fucked up. And then I remember talking to our mutual friend Royale with Cheese about how I wanted to do an unassuming creature feature. I wanted it to be just as lighthearted as it was frightening. Like something you would not actually want to witness. But I also realized that I kind of did like a Stand By Me thing where I'm like, man, this kid just witnessed death and really
it may or may not have had a huge effect on him as an individual as he gets older, and maybe not. But anyway, that's enough talking. That's enough for me. Thank you for letting me read to you for like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And thank you for reading to me for like an hour.
Yeah. It was fun.
It was fun. Read me a story, Father.
Read me a story, Father.
All right, we just read your story, which is at this point like 3 episodes ago. So I'm gonna date this incredibly and say that I'm back here with Royale with cheese, and I'm now going to share a story. The first story I wrote with him, which I don't, much like you, I don't think this is the best thing I've ever written, but I think it's competent, and I'm excited to read it. I think this one has, ironically, this one is the one that has my voice the most. And I think it's like, write what you know. A lot of this is like experiences I had as a kid. The powers, obviously not, but a lot of the growing up and coming of age is something I experienced. And I think there's a lot of me in here that I'm sure you're going to be like, oh, that is you. And I'm going to say, yeah,
that's the guy.
That literally happened. But there's also a lot of fiction here, and that's the point, is to be a little experimental about it, and the supernatural aspect of it. That's fine. But then the second one I wrote that I read with Mark Rooster, that one was me not being me. So that was me getting out of my comfort zone and just trying to. I mean, I love rats. That was the one side of it, is that I had owned rats, and I do know how smart they are.
Right.
And that was a part of the story I was trying to tell, is trying to convince people that this is 100% possible. Even though it wasn't. That's the idea, is you hit the ground running with a concept and you try to make people believe it as best as you possibly can. So, I mean, that's the through line of the second story I wrote. The third story, I just worked at a pharmaceutical company. I can't relate to any of that.
Right.
When I talk about the jargon of the machines and the pills and the filing devices, that's coming from an informed aspect, but literally nothing else in that third story. And I got further away from myself the more I wrote, which is fine because I got it out of my system. Right. But by the time I got to my fourth and shortest story, I was writing in third person.
Right.
I had gone from me's and I's to them's and him's and names. And that was the most interesting aspect, is that I got further away from myself and more comfortable being further away from myself the more I wrote.
I think it's easier to write as yourself.
It's easier to write as a purported stance of a character.
Correct,
like perspective. Yeah, first person. I think it takes a very talented person to write third. Right. To write third well. To write, Tolkien isn't writing from the perspective of Frodo. Tolkien is telling a story of Bilbo and Frodo, 100%. and there's a fantastical out-of-body experience where you're picturing these things as you're reading them. In my first story, I'm saying, try to imagine this was you.
Okay.
Try to put yourself in my purported shoes.
I'm excited.
The title to this story, the title to all of my stories are very on the nose, because that's the kind of person I am. I'm very blunt. But it's also a joke, because there's a very funny video online of someone doing like a Morgan Freeman impression while they're playing a game where people have to hunt each other. Oh. And there's a point where they're like chasing each other down hallways, and he's like, are you coming for me? And he's like, yeah, I'm almost near you. I can smell you. And he's like, can you say it like Morgan Freeman? And he just, there's silence for a moment as this guy is hiding in this game. And all that you hear is, I can smell you. I'm going to find you. Oh, man. Once I find you, I'm going to do a lot of things to you. And it's just really fun. But that was the inspiration for the title, which is, I can smell it.
Interesting.
And that's just, it gets to the point very quickly.
Let's do it.
Have you ever woken up to the smell of someone making breakfast? Even as a kid, you probably have memories of the smell of pancakes lifting its way to your nose from the kitchen. The sweet and savory aroma floats in the air, calling out to you as you begin to crawl out of bed, and you hear the sizzle of something in a frying pan. You're made to feel like a Looney Tunes character levitating off of the ground, being pulled by the scent aptly given, the literal manifestation of a beckoning hand. This is something everyone should be able to relate to, and if you can't, well, I'm sorry. Play along with me and at least try to imagine it. You're asleep one moment, the smell invades your subconscious, and next thing you know, you're awake, hungry, wondering who's cooking bacon. The story is going to be hard for some of you to believe, so I'm trying to get you to understand something familiar first, if only to make it easier for you to bridge the gap of where we'll be going from here. It's not like many people have woken up in their house on fire, choking themselves awake to the smell of smoke invading their nostrils, right? That's not relatable for many, and for good reason, but I'm hoping this makes sense to most of you. It's not what happens to me on a daily basis, but it's a close comparison. Let's just say I wish I was waking up wondering what's for breakfast and not who just died. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but it's hard to try and explain this to people, and believe me, I've tried. It's not as simple as saying, you ever get in an elevator and smell a fart and wonder who cut the cheese? You're essentially wondering who just drive-by assaulted you, but you know everyone is playing their best poker faces, and no one is going to admit to it even if you try and call them out. Everyone just bites their tongues, takes it on the chin, and moves on with their lives. This is more complicated than that. This is more like walking through Chinatown and you're smelling Mongolian beef from the restaurant down the block, mixed with the vapor stench of sewage coming up from the manhole cover in the middle of the street, added onto by a woman's lavender-tinged perfume who just walked past you 2 minutes ago. All three hitting you all at once. Here's the kicker. You're not in Chinatown, you're at work. You work in a cubicle-style office with 15 other people, not a restaurant. None of them are cooking food, and the closest place doing that is an Applebee's 10 minutes away. You're not close enough to smell anyone's perfume, and this isn't your run-of-the-mill candle aroma. So what's with the smell? What is it? Where is it coming from? And why? Well, that's exactly what I'm trying to figure out. Someone in here is going to die, and I can smell it. Let's take this back a step. Growing up, I first learned I could smell death from the family dog. It was a big, bushy-haired Samoyed named Geordie. My dad is a big Star Trek The Next Generation fan. If you don't know what a Samoyed is, Google it. They're just as gorgeous as they are funny looking, and they're an all-around loving and playful breed with tons of energy for any kid to find enjoyment with. There are not many hindsight negatives to a Samoyed other than their restlessness and eternal shedding of their double fur coat. I loved Geordie. I loved taking him for walks. I loved brushing his hair. I loved how he would yell at me when he wanted attention. Like I said, I loved Geordie. I just wish I had more time with him. To this day, I remember how Geordie smelled, something I couldn't quite convey to my parents and something even I couldn't very well understand at 10 years old. I would say, he smells, and they'd ask, like what? Obviously not smelling what the Rock is cooking. He's fine, we just bathed him earlier this week, they'd say. With a cursory glance in his direction, and I don't know, was all this dialogue ever amounted to between us, and it happened far too often. Maybe I was growing a penchant for having a sensitive nose. Kids can be weird, I get that, but my concerns were constantly ignored. The smell got worse as we owned Geordie, and I eventually learned to stomach it, something I'd learned to do as I got older and my nose got me into worse situations. We only had Geordie for 4 years, but by the 4th year it was hard for me to be around him inside without holding my breath. Hence, the walks outside. To me, he smelled like burnt hair and vomit for 4 straight years, with the smell getting stronger seemingly every week. I tried to tell my mom that it smelled like Geordie throwed up, but there'd be no evidence anywhere to support such a claim. I don't know if they just thought I was the boy who smelled wolf, or if they ever seriously questioned it between each other, but if they did, I never heard it. To me, Geordie reeked. No amount of baths could wash the funk off of him, no matter how much I tried to explain it to my parents, or took it into my own hands by literally bathing him every week. No matter how close or how further away I got from him, if I was in the same space as him, it was there with him. It's something I've realized as a lasting and omnipresent scent, linked to his very essence. The day the smell stopped was the day Geordie died. I was 10 years old, coming home from school, walking 3 long neighborhood blocks downhill toward my cul-de-sac from the bus stop at the top of the hill. I used to watch Toy Story on repeat, so I would soar down the pavement pretending to be Buzz Lightyear, with my arms spread out like his wings, saying my favorite line of Woody's, "Rockets! Rockets explode!" To which I'd tear down the hill as fast as my feet would take me. Even from 2 blocks away from my house, I could smell Geordie. It was the mix of acid and char that I knew very well. He would usually be waiting for me at the front screen door of my house, welcoming me home. This time, however, my mom was out in the front yard, hands on her face, trying to cover up tears, trying not to get me to notice the blood-stained, towel-wrapped corpse behind her. She took off my backpack, sat me down on the grass, and explained to me that something had happened. I distinctly remember the crunchy feel of autumn leaves under me as I sat down in the front yard, unable to take my eyes off of the heap that I knew was Geordie by his smell. Through puffy eyes, my mom looked at me with a somber expression, telling me that Geordie had been in an accident and that Geordie had died. We had a big backyard, the biggest in the neighborhood. We used to host wiffle ball games with the neighborhood kids every Friday night, and it was well within any kid's ability to smack a wiffle ball over our chain link fence, no matter their age. We'd all scream, "Home run!" but we knew someone would have to inevitably hop the fence to go grab it, just like we knew that there were gaps we could pull back and squeeze through if we didn't feel like climbing it or weren't otherwise tall enough or strong enough to do so. I guess we just never thought Geordie knew about the same gaps. We always thought that he was safe in the backyard, letting him sit out there for hours over the years. It turns out he had found a gap and had dug himself slightly under it enough, bending the fence in the same way we did, to squeeze out of the yard. He went jogging around the neighborhood, no doubt exploring the other scents in similar territory he would usually frequent on our walks. He had been blindsided by a car in an alleyway between our neighbors' houses across the street. I'm told it was quick. I'm told he probably didn't feel anything. But the smell, yeah. The smell told me otherwise. The smell told me he was alive longer than he should have been, and that his lungs filled with blood as he choked on it as he went. The smell told me that the tires burned the pavement at the speed the car was going, and that the burnt rubber torched his fur when he was trampled, going faster than any car has any right to be going in our suburban setting. The smell told me that he had suffered more than most dogs ever should have in their final moments. The smell told me that Mom had thrown up when she found the state he was in. This is why the scent stays with me, even now. All those years of smelling burnt hair and vomit led to this. My mom hadn't realized Geordie had gotten out until long after the car had driven away, probably none the wiser that they had killed a member of my family. She went to the backyard, and when she couldn't find him, she started searching the perimeter. She found the gap in the chain-link fence that we had used to grab those home-run wiffle balls, now with kicked-up dirt and a chunk of earth missing. She ran out the front door and started calling Geordie's name, going up and down the block, shaking his favorite bag of treats. When he didn't answer her calls, she got worried. She started checking the same routes we would take walks on, thinking she'd find him off the usual path or in a neighbor's yard. The thing about our cul-de-sac loop is that the houses were 3 rows meeting at the bottom of the hill, so the outside 2 would meet and form at the bottom a U-bend curve. If you walked all the way around the swooping curve and stopped just behind the house in the middle, you'd be able to see from end to end through the alleyway behind the house in the middle. She had left our house and went down the street and up around that U-bend curve and ended up on the other side parallel to our house. With Jordy nowhere to be seen, thinking it would save her time to go back to the house, she cut through the alleyway behind that first house in the middle, and that's where she found Jordy. He was already gone when she got to him. She didn't let me see the body. And if the damage was enough to make her vomit, I understood why. But I was able to see his face one last time. I got to hold him a little while. I got to say goodbye, ignoring the smell, refusing to let it bother me now. There was a speck of blood that had matted his fur behind his ear, a spot that he loved me to scratch for him. That spot sent me into an unspeakable sob when I tried to clean it out of his once pristine white coat. Once the floodgates had opened, there was no closing them that day. I cried until my dad got home from work 3 hours later and loaded Jordy into the trunk of his car to go get cremated. I cried myself to sleep that night, asking God to explain why this had happened. I even cried when I woke up the next morning and realized that the smell was gone. The smell that was Jordy left when he did. That was my first experience living with the smell, coming to understand it, but in under 2 years I'm seeing another side of it. I'm told that my grandma has cancer, but I've been smelling cleaning products in a tinny, shit-filled bedpan off of her for at least 3 years at that point, so when they tell me that there's a chance she might get better, I know not to hold my breath, despite actually holding my breath around her as much as I can. I cry, like I'm expected to, but I cry for a different reason than the rest, and they just don't know it. When I gasp for air within earshot of Grandma, she thinks I'm taking the news pretty badly, but I'm really just trying to get something fresh into my lungs. A couple of months later, we meet her in hospice to see her off, and I catch a knowing glance from the nurses, preparing the staff for her room to get turned over after we've left. In tow, ammonia and bleach masked by synthetic musks to keep people content in a place where they know they're going to die while simultaneously sterilizing their last earthly location. The shit smell? Yeah, well, almost everyone shits when they die. That's not just a joke South Park made up. So it's just something I've gotten used to throughout junior high. It's funny to imagine most people smelling like they've shit their pants, and it's getting worse and worse over time, but when everyone smells like shit, you're mostly just caught off guard by the ones that don't. What I haven't gotten used to is the smells that come out of nowhere, the ones where you're with someone and everything is fine, and all of a sudden you're back in that elevator wondering, who farted? 5 years later, and I've been keeping to myself most of my life thus far. I'm 17, I'm a senior in high school, and I try to keep myself busy with my work. That hasn't changed even 15 years later, as I'm currently writing this from my desk at work. I hadn't even had a girlfriend yet at the time. I've never been much of a dater. And I've learned to keep friends at arm's distance out of fear that I'd smell something I didn't like off of them or their family or really anyone around me. I'm living with a crippling fear that I'll wake up and smell something coming off my parents at any time. They've gotten used to me trying to hide very audible sniffing around them, thinking it's just a quirk I've had since I was younger. I've been diagnosed with anxiety, but really, who hasn't? I'd like to think I just handle it better than most, but I can't take the meds I've been prescribed. When I'm on them, I mostly feel mentally dulled or tuned out, but my sense of smell gets cranked up, and for that reason I stay off them, because I'm not trying to smell every dead thing within a 5-block radius. Outside of the shit-light smell of most people around me every single day, death remains obfuscated by both distance and time. To most people's perception of death, this is probably nothing new. We're all just playing a waiting game for a lottery we hope to never collect. I've learned to look at it a different way. I've found that you can smell smoke before you see it, and I've approached my life, and if I've approached my life with any motto, it's that. For those couple years between junior high and high school, nothing raises any dire proximity-based alarms. Near the middle of my senior year, I started to think, hey, maybe you'll grow out of it. Maybe it's like another aspect of puberty, and I'll grow less sensitive to it over time. It's a nice thought, but it's also completely wrong. I know that now, but I really learned it after prom. The theme is Lady Luck, and I'm not a lady, and I feel anything but lucky. I work up the nerve to ask a pretty blonde girl I've had my eye on in choir for a couple years now. She's an alto, I'm a tenor, so we sit near one another often, and I've taken up middling conversations with her a number of times since I was a sophomore and she was a freshman. Better late than never, I tell myself as I ask her to go to prom with me. She laughs and admits that she thought I was gay all these years because I'm one of 12 guys in choir, several of which are outwardly homosexual, and she's never seen me with a girlfriend. I can't help but try to argue a defensive list of attributes about me that sounds straight as hell but might not be in hindsight. I'm fit because I'm on the junior varsity volleyball team. I spend a lot of time managing the art club after school, of which I am president. And I got the lead in musical that year, which featured a very prominent scene where I had to kiss a female classmate passionately on stage for what always felt like several minutes too long. She laughs and agrees to go to prom with me, admitting that she never knew I was funny. I wasn't trying to be, but I smile and say that I'm always trying to tell people that. I don't. For all intents and purposes, let's call her Nicole. Nicole's favorite color is yellow, and she thinks that the idea of our school colors being maroon and gold is convenient for the Vegas-style theme because she wants to wear a beautiful sunshine-tinged gown to my prom. When I get home and tell my parents that I'm going to prom with a girl, they just about threw a party right then and there. They pulled out all the stops. They got me a nice suit with a matching jasmine-shaded vest and tie combo. They mentioned hiring a limo for us, but I tell them to please be cool and not embarrass me in front of everyone at school, and especially not Nicole. I'm starting to realize how lucky we are. To them, I'm mild-mannered and relatively sheltered. Sure, I have my extracurriculars, but I mostly stay in my lane. This probably strikes them as the first time I've asked for something since I've asked for a dog and got Geordie. Mom handmade the corsage and boutonniere, and Dad agrees to let me borrow the car for the night as long as I'm back before curfew, 11 p.m. They ask to meet Nicole ahead of time, and I explain that it's not like we're dating or anything, it's just prom. They make me promise to bring her to our house before prom so they can take pictures, and I make them promise not to embarrass me in front of her. Everything is set way ahead of time, and as the weeks get closer, a pit begins to form in my stomach. It is filled to the brim with worry and doubt, and just about every other shitty emotion a high-strung high school kid could encounter with hormones like shitty icing on a shittier cake. Something doesn't feel right, and when it doesn't feel right, it usually doesn't smell right either. Prom night comes and I'm a nervous wreck. I've been to a school dance before, but not like this. This is prom, full stop. This is intimate as hell and something people talk about with the same regard as they do when they look back on their time in college. Through wistful eyes, they will tell you, it is something that you will remember for the rest of your life. Having been through prom and having been through college and having not had the best time at either, I will look through unwistful eyes and tell everyone to try your best, but be prepared for the worst, which is also a great motto to keep in the back pocket for life in general. It's something I wish I could have told myself back then. I pick up Nicole from her place as planned, and I get the "you better take care of our little girl" speech from her dad. "Absolutely, sir," was my answer when it really should have been closer to that motto of, "I'll try my best." As I drive Nicole back to my house to take those hostage photos my mom promised would be painless, Nicole lets me know that a couple of her friends are going to the bowling alley after prom and that she wants me to go with her. I do the mental gymnastics of assuming we'll be out of prom before 9 and explain that I'm game for anything as long as I get home by 11, as agreed upon with my dad. This is when she tells me not to worry, calls me a goody two-shoes, and looks at me with her big brown eyes when several things start to happen. First, my stomach does somersaults. Then I feel my heart skip a beat and go racing. But finally, I catch the slightest hint of what smells like rubbing alcohol off of her. The giddiness abates and raises all red flags. It signals the lifeguard, it calls in air support, and it damn well tries to reach the Pentagon. I try to play it off cool, probably looking like I just threw up in my mouth, and I fumble over my words when I tell her that I like her perfume. She tells me it's some scent line from some celebrity that I don't know, and holds her wrist up for me to catch a whiff. What I smell is flowery and, dare I say, sexy as hell and not at all chemical tinged. We have reached an impasse, ladies and gentlemen. I could call it all off right now. I could trip on the front steps and put a hole through my knee and ruin my pants to play for time, or outright cancel then and there. I could make a play for the bathroom and make it sound like I've come down with a stomach bug of some kind. I could disconnect the car battery when no one is looking, for fuck's sake. I could do a lot of things, but god damn it all sounds like admitting defeat to me. Sure, she smells a little bit, but that doesn't mean she's gonna die, right? I mean, look at Grandma. She smelled for years before she kicked the bucket. Jordy smelled the entire time we had him. Whatever this is, it's nothing to get worked up over, right? She'll be fine, I tell myself on the drive over to my house. This is something I continue to question as I plaster my face with a fake smile for prom photos. This is what I tell myself now, full of regret as I look back on prom. My eyes are indeed wistful, and I am admitting that this is something I will remember for the rest of my life. Nicole is beautiful, and my parents are impressed. They downplay their excitement as instructed, and they do so with Oscar award-winning calibration. I am sweating through my three-piece suit, and it's not because of the sun. We're outside in the front yard, standing in front of Mom's spring garden, taking photos when Nicole leans into me and my hands wrap around her waist for the first time. The smell is intoxicating now as a figurative lightning bolt goes through me and holds me rigid. The chemical smell has altered itself into sugared territory, sweet and saccharine. It reminds me of the lingering taste of Pop Rocks on your tongue long after you've swallowed them down. Everything's connected in the face after all. Your sinuses wrapped everything together, your eyes, nose, and mouth. So when I say I smell something, I often get a hint of it, tasting it like that old factory sense at the back of your throat. I'm holding it there just as I'm holding her against me, and it fills my nose, mouth, and lungs. It's enough to make my mouth water. I catch myself from almost drooling down at her through my teeth as I smile, and my parents have probably never seen me look so deranged, but then again, they've never seen me around a girl before, so there's that. And that's enough for them to go with it. We conclude the photo session, and I make the previously theorized play for the bathroom. I sit in there, I pace, I even pee a little thanks to the jitters, but I'm mostly just trying to buy time. Nicole notices and asks if everything is all right through the bathroom door, and I shakily answer that I'll be out in a moment, splashing water on my face and telling myself to get a grip through gritted teeth. When I open the door, Nicole isn't there, but my dad is, and this is when he chooses to try and tell me to take care of myself tonight. With an excruciating effort to tell me to be safe, and with a knowing glance, he slides me some money for the bowling Nicole had mentioned to him after the photos. Under the crisp $50 bill is an unopened pack of condoms. He admits that he knows the talk is probably at least a year or two late and that it's something he knows we get taught in school, but I'm not thinking about the condoms or the confused idea of any sort of sexual intercourse between myself and Nicole, but more so just her well-being when I say, "Yeah, Dad, I'll be great." He laughs and plays it off with a puzzling expression like he's a tailor working on a new pair of pants, asking me if it hangs to the left or the right, and I just answered yes. With a nod and a pat on the back, I take the money and the condoms and meet Nicole downstairs. We're going to prom. When we're alone in the car on the way over to the venue, Nicole asks me if I'm feeling okay. She leans in to put the back of her hand on my sweaty forehead, and I try not to glance at the moderate amount of cleavage her dress allows a certain lesser degree of coverage. She sees me looking, she blushes, and she playfully redirects my chin to face the road. When we get to the parking lot and the car comes to a halt, I hesitate in leaving, and she notices. She tells me that there's nothing to worry about, and that we'll have a great time, and I practically gag on the distinct smell and subsequent taste of blue raspberry suddenly hitting me like a tidal wave. I could not have exited the car any faster or any more awkwardly to get air, but Nicole plays it off like I've just gotten over all of my fears right then and there, and I'm ready to go and dance and chat and schmooze with my classmates. She's telling me about which of her friends are also here because she's not in my grade, but other seniors asked other juniors, so she's listing off the people she's excited to see and those that are joining for bowling after. We enter the venue and she shrieks when she sees her best friend Elena on the arm of another kid in my grade named Ryan, exclaiming that she didn't know Elena was coming. I didn't, as I don't know Elena and I'm not close with Ryan, but this is when I smell that familiar Jolly Rancher flavor that smacked me in the car. It's not coming from Nicole, but from Ryan, Elena, and a couple other kids around them. The holiest of shits could not begin to sum up thoughts racing through my mind at this exact moment. Something is going to happen tonight. I can smell it. I previously mentioned my nose getting me into trouble throughout my life, and there are a handful of moments I'd list off pretty remedially as disconnected events where I tried more or less to change the fate of what I had and who I was smelling. The previous year at a JV volleyball game, one of my teammates named Travis had a parent that smelled of gasoline. I asked Travis if they had car trouble on the way over to the game, to which he looked at me confused and said that there's been nothing of the sort. I told him to be careful on the way home and keep his eyes out during the drive, and he basically treated me like a fortune teller he never asked for advice from. Little did I know his parents were going through a messy divorce and his dad wasn't dealing with it very well. They'd awake in the night later that week to find dear old Pop running the car in the garage with the door closed. He had run a duct-taped hose from the family minivan's tailpipe into the passenger side window and let Jesus take the wheel as exhaust fumes filled the space. When I heard the news, I tried to give Travis as much comfort as I could without bringing attention to the last time he and I had spoken. There was a moment when we made eye contact and he looked at me like I knew it was going to happen, and I couldn't help but disconnect and allow the rest of my teammates to step in and talk to him. That was bad. I wish I could say I've had luck since, but every time I try to intervene, I've found that it doesn't matter. The outcome is the same each time. My sophomore year intro to calculus teacher that smelled like meat and cheese, I tried telling her that she should watch what she eats. She thought I was calling her fat. I got detention. Yeah, well, she choked and died on an olive pit lodged in her throat at a charcuterie party. Okay, maybe that's not a good example. Just like last week, I drove into Philly to go to a concert and I ran into a homeless man on the street that smelled like burnt plastic. I didn't need to call myself Columbo to do any detective work to understand that this guy had a drug problem. When I told him point blank that doing that was going to lead to his death, he looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Good." I didn't need to smell him to know his story or how it was going to end. The point I'm trying to make here is that people are going to get themselves dead no matter what your intent is, even if you have the vaguest idea of how it may happen. You can try to stop it, if you know it's coming. You can try to alter it or run from it, but this is like some Final Destination shit where death just happens no matter what I smell. All that being said, I wasn't going to just let Nicole die in some candy-coated accident. I was going to try my damnedest to stop it from ever happening. It had been a running joke that someone was out to spike the punch bowl at prom, and the staff had actually caught wind of this and kept a security guard on punch detail all night. I had been sniffing the place like a bloodhound when Nicole asked to grab food with Ryan and Elena and sit at a table with some of her other friends. Sure, I was hungry, but I felt like the food was throwing me off the scent trail, so I neglected to get anything for myself and helped Nicole carry a plate over to the table. It wasn't until we sat down at the table with Ryan and Elena that I saw a silvery flask hidden away in Ryan's inside coat pocket. You can probably see where this is going. My eyes met his. He looked down and saw what I was looking at. He closed his jacket a little bit and asked me to keep quiet with a single finger raised to his lips. I must have stared daggers through this kid because he dropped the charismatic charade almost immediately and tried not to look at me from that point forward. When the food was done, the dance began and Nicole wanted to dance. She loved to dance. She had told me as much in the car on the way over. I must admit, I was distracted for a moment. It's not like she smelled bad, mind you. She smelled like candy and alcohol to me. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't one of the better things that I've smelled in my experiences like this. Put yourself in my tight dress shoes. You have a girl who has at least been interested in you enough to come to prom with you, dancing in a beautiful dress in front of you and up against you, and she smells like confectionery. I was allowing myself to get distracted for that moment. But then I saw Ryan slip the flask out of his pocket on the dance floor and unclip the top for the briefest instance and take a swig. He passes it to Elena, who happily drinks, and passes it back. When she gets closer to him to put it back into his jacket pocket, he sticks his tongue out at her, and I just about fainted. His tongue was stained blue, like he had been sucking on a lollipop that last hour we'd been there. But I don't remember no lolly. I was young and I was naive, and I hadn't drank anything before, but I know now that it was Blue Wave vodka, cheap to buy and filled in a large plastic handle. Ryan's older brother had brought it home for him from college the previous week at the request for something to enhance his prom night with Elena. I think this is where I messed up and look back on it disastrously, as if I'm the one who made this all happen. Nicole saw me seeing them drinking and having fun, and she asked Ryan for a sip. Maybe I put my foot down too hard when I said no fucking way and yanked her back a little too forcefully from getting close to Ryan. She looked at me with a dazed expression masking contempt when she broke out of my grasp and told me that she just wanted to try it. After all, it's prom and I want to have fun. I've tried a couple drinks since prom night and they never quite hit. I've found that I don't really have the stomach for it. I'd much rather dull my senses with weed, but I haven't touched either at the time, so to her I was being a standoffish prude out to ruin any and all joy. I thought to myself, hey, well, she has a drink, it's not gonna kill her, and I was right, because it's never the drinking that kills underage kids. It's after. Ryan called me some choice words and called Nicole over, and I returned myself to the table. If she didn't want to have fun with me, I'd nurse my soreness in a plate of food, if only to get away and smell something else. Most meat just smells like blood to me, ironically, so I scarf down some chicken cutlet and call it a bust. I'd been acting weird all night, and I just cut myself out of a coming-of-age moment regarding libations, whatever. Nicole sticks a blue-tinged tongue out at me from across the floor before failing to beckon me back to her when the slow dance hits. Come on, don't be such a baby, she says as she very physically drags me back onto the floor from my seat, the smell of her overpowering my senses once again and stronger now. When we're close, she leans in and tells me, it's okay if you don't want to drink with me and my friends. And I blurt out, it's not that. And I tell her I'm worried about her. And she tells me not to be, that she's not going to do anything stupid. A look over at Ryan tells me that she's not the one that I'm worried about, but even that's not true, looking back at her. The night winds down and prom ends with a cathartic and memorable splash of confetti on the Guys and Dolls decorated venue. Camera bulbs flash, pictures are taken, and we're off to bowling. I offer to drive both Elena and Nicole, but Ryan takes this as an affront to his masculinity and says he'll take Elena. I ask him if he feels okay to drive, and he basically pushes me away from him, laughing all the while, saying, I feel great. I bet. The entire time we're driving to the bowling alley, I'm looking in my rearview mirror to watch Ryan's car behind me, and he follows close. He's not swerving. He's keeping a safe distance. He's probably not even drunk, but how can you ever know? I'm letting my guard down when Nicole places her hand on my lap and thanks me for inviting her to prom, and all the blood leaves my face. At the stoplight before the corner right-hand turn, she pulls me in for a soft and gentle kiss. Ryan lays on the horn behind me as the light turns green, but I let his repeated attempts fly. This is my first real kiss with the first girl I've arguably ever been interested in, and I'm going to remember it. When we disconnect, I can taste the smell of her on my lips now, crossing the physical boundary from my nose to my mouth. She smiles and pushes my chin back toward the road as she did earlier, and I try not to let that moment linger too long as we turn and approach the bowling alley. When we get out of the car, Elena is quick to call Nicole out for being promiscuous and presumably handsy on the drive over, and Nicole is quick to tell her to shut up, a smile in her voice. The flask comes out again as we enter the building, and I fight the urge to take it and throw it back outside into the parking lot. This is my night, Ryan. Let me enjoy it, please. A group of kids all pass it around, and yeah, I'm the only one not to have what's left. Ryan greedily hangs the metal spout out and over an outstretched tongue and mocks the last couple drops still being available to me if I want another kiss. He's funny. I laugh. As we bowl, I check the time, and we're getting dangerously close to my curfew, and I'm not in any sort of position to get myself in trouble with my parents, and this is when I offer to drive Nicole home. You'd think she'd fight me on it, that she wants to stay and party with her friends, but she doesn't. They relent, we depart, and everything goes as planned, albeit too well. When I pull up to her house, she thanks me again, this time longer, and pulls my hand to cup the outside of her breast over her dress. This is my first real breast with the first girl I've arguably ever been interested in, and I'm damn well going to remember it. The front door to her house opens, and I see her dad seeing me getting handsy with his daughter, and I know my time is up. I'm glad to get Nicole home in one piece, and when she leans over to hug me in front of her dad, she tells me that she'll call me sometime to go out again, but she never does. I drive home thinking of Nicole, thinking of the smell, the scent leaving the car when she does, and I try to be happy for the night well spent. I try to be a kid for once and let this be a night I will remember for the rest of my life. I may not have cracked open that fresh pack of condoms Dad awkwardly lent me, but I had a good night with a good girl, and it was a good prom. I get home and give my dad an equally awkward smile and shrug before going up to bed. I wake up to the smell of pancakes, but I'm surprised when I get downstairs and see waffles. Sometimes life just be like that. Mom puts a hefty scoop of strawberries and whipped cream on top before having me spill all the details about how my night went, and I skimp on the juicier parts that I'd like to keep to myself when recounting the night's events. Dad flips through the Saturday paper, nodding along to an imaginary beat when he stops and softly puts down his mug of coffee that was just about to reach his lips. A shocked and sobering expression splashes across his face, and he asks me a question that seems random at first, but makes sense all too suddenly. Do you know a Ryan DeSanto? His eyes meet mine, but he looks down. I say, yeah, why? This was the 90s, before social media took over, you see, and people don't usually call our house asking me on a Saturday morning. What I'm trying to say is that news, important news, news that would shock people on the periphery of a small community, traveled slow. If it was big, it was on the TV. If it wasn't... He puts the paper on the dining room table and slides it over to me before locking his fingers and hands together and raising them to his mouth in a contemplative grimace. There was a car accident last night around 2 a.m. He holds back a crack in his voice. Mom puts the waffle mix down and comes over to the table to put a hand on his shoulder and see for herself. It looks like a group of kids were driving, presumably drunk, and a car got wrecked. They don't know how many were in there, but no one survived. It looks like the car swerved on that nasty intersection past Fairmount Street. A surge of panic brings me to my feet, and I don't ask to borrow the car as I grab the keys and ignore their calls behind me. They watch me from the door as I peel out of the driveway and race down the street. I live 10 minutes away from Nicole, but I saw the familiar flash of red and blue lights and a litter of police cars from 4 blocks away. When I pull up short and try to make my way on foot towards their house, Nicole's mom sees me coming and bursts into tears, collapsing into a puddle on the doorstep. Her husband is talking to the police with his hands rubbing his eyes raw when he sees me, and he charges a beeline for me. I think he's winding up to clock me when he pulls me into a bear hug and thanks God that I'm there. I'm confused, and that makes him confused. He asks me if Nicole is with me and looks around, and that's when it really hits me. When they saw me, they probably thought I was with her and that she was with me. My appearance brought hope when it's what I was hoping to find, finding instead that I've brought none. When I can't answer, he moves to my dad's car, unable to find her, searching the back seat as if she's hiding and this is just a prank. He begins to break down, asking me, Where is she? Over and over again until he too is a puddle on the pavement. I help Nicole's dad back up and onto his wobbly feet, and I apologize when I tell everyone that I last saw Nicole when I dropped her off here last night, and that pretty much seals the deal on the detective work before any sort of dental analysis could. I begin to piece it together at the same pace as the cops, and when they tell me that Nicole got home around 10:50 p.m. last night, she must have snuck back out to meet back up with her friends at some point. This is when I wish I could have explained it to her. I wish I could have told her last night, warned her somehow, but how could I even imagine doing so without sounding absolutely insane? Would it have been worth it? Would she have believed me? Would it have changed anything? I stayed with her parents for the next few hours, silently nodding along with all the statements and questions made to the police before they too apologize and leave. There were no words left in me when I drove back home, unable to make eye contact with Nicole's parents when I departed. When I pulled into the driveway, my mom met me out front and pulled me into a hug that threatened to never let me go. I cried just like I did with Grandma, and with Jordy, and with any other situation I had been aware of and yet incapable of preventing. My dad came out to meet us, and I had told them what the cops had told us, and they stood shocked and bewildered as ever to hear the news that Nicole was amongst the wreckage. A report came out 24 hours later that Ryan's eviscerated car had 5 occupants inside it, counting him, and that one of them was confirmed to be Nicole, another Elena, and 2 other teens I wouldn't say I was close to, but I knew of, had classes with over the years, and had bowled with that previous night. A memorial was held on Monday when school resumed, and people looked at me like I was an accessory to the damage, a miraculous survivor of grievous carnage. I was the last one seen with Nicole, Ryan, and Elena, after all. To them, I escaped death by the skin of my teeth. If only they knew it was really just my nose. I'm now able to assume that Nicole's labeling of me as a goody two-shoes might have been the reason she didn't ask me to stay out with her later, or sneak back out to meet her and her friends later that night. I don't think I was necessarily adamant about being home before curfew, but I think back to the few times I had mentioned it, and maybe put too much pressure on her to be home by a certain time, or that I was in a rush for the entire thing to be over as soon as it started. I'm also able to assume that Ryan DeSanto probably wasn't a fan of me, or how I treated him that night, or even how I looked at him. He probably didn't want Nicole to bring me, resulting in my being a total buzzkill, but then again, Ryan was buzzed and he was killed and I wasn't. It's as simple as that. Yeah, it's easy to assume these things, and over time it's something I've told myself to make myself feel better, but it hasn't been enough. My senior year vanished under the veiled shadow of a disaster I had circumvented, but a loss that was too much for too many, resulting in a hideous mark on what was a once spotless school year. Graduation was just as sobering only 2 months later, being reminded that there were some of us that were taken too early, too young, too soon. I think this is where my callous, cold exterior began to set in. Reality will do that to you, if you're too early for it, too young, too soon. My summer job as a lifeguard at the local pool fed into a muted and uneventful summer. I never smelt anything but chlorine there, which didn't help me discern if anyone was going to die there or not, but no one drowned on my watch, that's for sure. I spent a lot of that time baking in the sun and thinking about Nicole. It's hard not to think about what the future might have offered us, if not more than just a few moments of happiness before going our separate ways, if anything. It's hard not to think that there was something more there, something true and genuine that got snuffed out in her passing. It took me a long time to ask another girl to do anything with me after that. That's another story for another time. Now that you know me and a modicum of what I've been through, let's get back to work, shall we? I ended up doing most of college through accelerated online courses from home with remedial classes at a nearby community college, too worried to leave my parents and be thrusted into an entirely new social strata put the fear of God in me. After graduating with flying colors, I was emboldened by my parents to get the fuck out, and only then did I move to my own shabby apartment a couple hours away. I'm local enough to visit, but far enough away for them to feel like I'm no longer sniffing around their house, so it works for everyone. I got a job working in IT at a startup close to my apartment, at which we work night and day servicing large-scale clients like hospitals and pharmacies. Our biggest client being a pharmaceutical company out in New Jersey with the need for escalated security and remote support that we're happy to provide at an inflated cost. Computers are easy to me. They're simple. Best of all, they don't smell. For a while there during COVID, working from home was a paradise for me, outside of the waft of Indian food that sometimes floated up the apartment building complex. I don't think that anyone was dying, by the by. I just think there's an Indian family with a penchant for fennel, resulting in that hing smell, asafoetida, from time to time. No, work is easy. We have a small crew here and we keep to ourselves, just the way I like it. Everyone here is more or less just like me, focused on their work, keeping their nose down, literally in my case, but today is different. Today smells different. Getting back to it, what's with the aforementioned meat sewage perfume smell? As I look around the office, seeing into what cubicles I can, I'm not seeing any evidence in any regard. No one's eating their lunch, no one's in the bathroom, no one's dousing themselves in fragrances. This one is weird. As I pretend to get up to stretch my legs and visit the break room to grab some water from the cooler, I make a point to stop in on my coworkers one at a time, spending a moment to hover by each desk, just long enough to catch a whiff of anything peculiar, but not enough to strike up any conversation. This is totally normal. I'm just giving my legs some much-needed exercise. Don't mind me, just getting some blood flowing. The cubicles around me are void of any hint of suspicion. There's no one in the break room, so I fill up my cup and take a meditative swig. Where is this coming from? Another floor in our building? Is it really that intense? There's one place I haven't checked. The system manager's office. My manager is a nice woman, cute too. She's a few years older than me, recently divorced, and I'd be lying if I haven't thought about asking her out at some point. The only thing holding me back is the awkwardness of me being her subordinate and other people in the office getting the wrong impression. It's not like I have a track record or anything, but I might appear a bit too happy to talk to her when I'm around her, and maybe it's resulted in a couple amused and confused expressions from others in the office. Like I said, she's cute. Sue me, please don't. As I knock on her door and hear her tell me to come in, I turn the door handle. The door opens just a sliver, but the smell hits me in a single pungent wave. It's not quite fetid, but it's wet, if that makes sense. The sewage-adjacent smell comes through the hardest, but it's hard for me to fight back another side of it, of meat coalescing with a malodorous, aerosol-like presence. I bite my tongue and smile at Sarah as I ask her how her day is going. My mind is racing as she answers me about her otherwise okay day so far, with some TMI aggravation with her ex-husband neglecting to get back to her lawyer about their divorce in a timely manner. A familiar flutter is felt in my bowels as I'm reminded of Nicole, and before she could finish complaining or I could finish thinking, I'm asking her if she'd like to go to lunch with me, despite any previous mention of best intentions. Surprising both of us, probably a bit too forward for either of us, she agrees. She'd be good to dip in 20 and mentioned a trip to Applebee's down the street as it's quick, convenient, and close by. It all sounds good to me, but smells foul. I turn to leave her office, closing the door behind me, and with it closing off the stench. Several co-workers peer in my direction from over their cubicle walls. Some wry smiles meet mine, and another I've known to go out for drinks and half-price apps salutes me with an air high five. With a nod, I go back to my desk, try to collect myself, and work for 20 more minutes until Sarah leaves her office and tells the crew that we're going for lunch and we'll be back in 30. There's some hushed giggling like school children, and someone makes kissy noises before I make a joke about the HR department and we leave. In the elevator going down to the lobby of our office building, I hold my breath and breathe out very slowly so as to not bring any attention to myself with her in a compact space. I learned breathing exercises from YouTube over the years, and I found that they help in situations like this, where I want to stop myself from coughing or gagging on a specific scent. When we get to the lobby, Sarah breaks through the silence to offer to drive, and I let her, thanking her for offering. This is made more awkward when we get into her car, and I'm back into a situation where I'm alone in a tight space with her, and I roll the window down to have a constant flow of fresh air to avoid choking. Can you actually roll that up? It's like 29 degrees outside, she chuckles. I, too, chuckle dreadfully as I roll it back up and try not to talk for the rest of the drive in order to conserve oxygen. She asks several questions as we make our way to the restaurant. I respond with non-committal which don't seem to raise much concern otherwise. I basically leap out of the car when she puts it into park, gasping for air like a fish after closing the car door behind me. She gets out and laughs at me, not knowing my reasoning, but probably just thinking I'm being silly. I stretch my arms up into a yowling yawn of an expression, fresh air now filling my lungs. These early mornings, you know? She agrees and mentions her third cup of coffee this morning before I came into her office. I never liked the taste of coffee myself, but I adore the smell. I also like that they call them roasts. There's something elegant about that. When we sit down at the large booth and get handed menus, Sarah looks at me funny when I don't really look at it. "What, are you not hungry?" she asks as I fumble before landing on the age-old, "Oh, I already know what I want." She makes small talk about the happy hour specials and half-price apps some of us attend after work once a week, making it sound like she's envious of us, but saying it as if she's not able to afford such frivolous activities, being our superior and all. I immediately put a kibosh on that when I told her that she should come out with us sometime. This brings a smile to her face when she tells me that she'll think about it. The smell of fried food wafts in from the kitchen, bringing with it respite and relief from an unrelenting torrent of obscure aroma coming from her. I sniff the air, probably too audibly for it to go unnoticed. Sarah looks up from her menu before laughing. "You're always doing that, you know, sniffing around." This catches me off guard. "What, you noticed that?" I ask. "Well, it's kind of hard not to," she admits. "You really turn into a bloodhound sometimes." "Yeah, it's a sensitive nose." Downplaying the fuck out of it, if only to avoid further conversation about it, it doesn't take. "Yeah, I always notice when you perk up from across the entire office when someone is making something you like," she continues. "I think it's Molly's, like, little oatmeal pancake things that get your attention the most. Yeah, those Kodiak flapjack cups, they always smell so good. They remind me of my parents." "How so?" "Waking up to the smell of pancakes, you know. As a kid, it just never got old. Mom wouldn't have to wake me up. I'd just be asleep one second and at the table the next." "Good to know," she says way too flirtingly for her own liking as she backtracks. "I mean, who doesn't love pancakes?" she says rhetorically. "Only the worst people don't love pancakes." In agreement with her. "Or waffles. Waffles and pancakes are the secret to my short-lived happiness." "More good notes," she laughs before becoming a little more silent. "Are you happy?" Asking a bit too serious before reconsidering. "With work or life," she stumbles. "I mean, you said short-lived, so." The question catches me off guard, I suppose. Broad strokes, yes. It's just complicated. "Don't I know it," she answers. "Complicated is an understatement, but I don't need to get into it. Big, messy divorce, not good lunch conversation." No one's judging you for anything," I contest. "I wouldn't know the first thing about being married, so I don't know a second thing about being divorced." "Yeah, but this is what therapy is for," Sarah blurts out, a bit too honest for herself, keeping things compartmentalized. "I get that," I admit solemnly. "Keeping some stuff closer to the chest than others. Trauma comes in all shapes and sizes." Sarah hesitates, thinks for a moment, sighs, and rethinks her questions. "How do you do it?" "Do what?" "Deal with your baggage. Most people just develop disorders or drinking problems." I'd like to say largely that I don't, pondering for a moment. But I had to go through a psych circuit as a kid when I dealt with some unexpected stuff, so I understand the want for medication and therapy and whatnot. I just don't think I can talk about the things people want me to talk about the same way as everyone else. I realize all too late that I'm bearing the lead here and regret saying it almost as fast as she realizes it. "I'm sorry to hear that." She waits for a beat. "Do you want to talk about it? I might not be licensed, but I'm a good listener." She's reassuring in her tone, but trying to fight the need to be more inquisitive. "I'd rather talk about anything else." I laugh and look around, wondering where the waiter is, impatiently looking for an excuse to talk to someone else about anything else. Across the room, I see smoke wafting from a sizzling order being brought to someone else's table. It looks like a fajita skillet, and I can smell the tenderized aroma of meat jumping off the small cast iron pan. Sarah sees me looking and smells what I'm smelling. Smells good, she admits. Must be those new pork fajitas. I see the man across the room cutting into the meat and shoving it into the tortillas before greedily forcing it into his mouth, trying not to spill anything. He fails, as peppers, meat, and sauce fall out and slap onto his shirt. The splatter reminds me of a horror movie victim. I think of the shower scene in Psycho. The knife is raised, glinting in the light before coming down in a swift stabbing motion. I'm reminded of Sarah and the stench of death on her. Bile works its way up into my throat and I swallow it down. "What's wrong?" Sarah asks. "You look like you just saw a ghost." "No," unable to make eye contact with her now. I just smell something. She looks at the other table before looking back at me, still unable to meet her gaze, stifling a cough, almost laughing, pinching my nose. I'm unable to hold out from admitting, "No, it's something else." Sarah self-consciously peeks open her jacket to smell herself, doing a quick check, but not able to ascertain anything. She pulls back a sleeve and brings her wrist to her nose, smells. "Oh, it might be this new perfume." She holds out the same wrist to me, but I already know it's floral, earthy, and lavender-based. It's nice, but it's sickening at the same time. "Oh wait, do you have allergies? That might..." "It's not that." I shake my head. "It smells good. I've just been smelling it all day." "What?" she asks. I'm finally able to raise my head and look at her. I'm reminded of prom, the impasse, the regret, the shame I carried for years. "If I tell you something, can you promise to keep an open mind?" The lead is now unburied, and I know all too well that the curious need to investigate being held in front of her is like a carrot, too much for her to deny. She laughs. "I mean, it depends." We both hesitate. "As your manager, I mean, there are certain things I would feel obligated to. It's not about work." My head practically falls into my hands as I rub my eyes. "I just need you to promise me that this conversation does not leave this table." "Okay, if it's not about work, I promise," she nods. "Maybe we should get a drink first." I look for our waiter more impatiently now. "Don't judge me, but this might go down a bit easier with something to sip on, and I don't drink." Drinks are ordered, drinks come, and even though I don't drink, I do. Then I spilled everything. I tell her about Jordy, I tell her about Grandma, I tell her about Nicole. She has a smile at first, but it falters as the story goes along. She nods along with it. She's not fighting me about any of it. I ramble and she just sits there and takes all of it. A lot of like how this entire thing has been written down. It's a one-way street where information is presented and it's totally up to you to believe it or not, and I can't tell until she asks, "So what do you smell? Is it that guy? Oh my god, is it our waiter?" I realize now she doesn't know. She hasn't caught up yet. And with that, my face slackens. She notices. And this time, it's her turn. Is it me? I don't know why, but I'm holding back tears. Maybe it's because this is the first person since college to hear me out and not think I'm batshit insane. Maybe it's because she genuinely listened to me and didn't judge me the entire time despite dumping all of my shit on her all at once like this in the most asinine way. Maybe it's because I really just don't want Sarah to die. Maybe it's all of the above, or maybe it's something else, something inside that knows what these smells mean and knows that there's no point in having this fucking conversation. With my inability to answer, she pushes forward. What do you smell?" I only started getting hints of it this morning, but I've learned that when it increases dramatically over a short period of time, it usually means... I begin to explain, but I think Sarah is tired of my lack of clarification when she repeats, "What do you smell?" Intimately leaning forward, hissing with desperation in her voice. "First it was your perfume, which I recognized from the minute I walked into the office, but Then it was sewage, like the water treatment plant over on Union Boulevard, and what? Impatience boiling over, confusion steeping in. Spit it out. Meat, Sarah. I've been smelling rotting meat, like 2 days old, left out in the summer sun, spoiled meat. Flabbergasted but speechless, she leans back in her chair, mental gymnastics at play. What could that even mean? She's fumbling in her, trying to catch up to me now. In my experience, this is nothing to ignore. This is why I asked you to lunch. I freaked out when I realized it was you. I couldn't not tell you, you know what I mean? How often are you right? I mean, how often do you smell this? I mean, I think. I've never been wrong. I can remember being wrong on some hows and whens, but never the simple fact that what I smell happens no matter what, and my eyes meet hers. There's something different about it, and something I've been thinking about for years. She hangs on my breath and almost comes to the same conclusion at the same exact time. Her eyes meet mine, but she's unable to speak it, so I do. Just as a whiff of serrated steel cuts through the air. Sarah, I think someone's gonna murder you. You don't gotta slow clap me. I know it's your thing, but you don't gotta slow clap me.
So let me tell you what. The way you described right from jump, breakfast, waking up, breakfast, the smells, even the little you mentioned the Looney Tunes sort of the I could see the hand wafting from the Looney Tunes cartoon, to the fart in the elevator, to just such wonderful descriptions that put me there. I was there. I could smell the breakfast. I could smell the fart and thing. I could smell. Let's go forward to the prom experience. Like that's first prom experience. Like that. Like, and the voice that you used was so like. I'm terrible at describing this, but it was so like it was exactly the way a teenage person would describe their prom and the way they felt in those moments. I realize it's not a teenage person.
Oh, it's because all three of those things happened to me. I mean, the date I went on in prom did not die, but she moved away and we had to stop seeing each other. So it's similar, you know, in a sense. You lose that person, so all of those feelings, were real. I did have a dog named Jordy. He did not get hit by a car, but he went blind and we had to put him down. Right. He was maybe 3 or 4 years old. It was the shortest I've ever owned a dog, and it was really sad. It has stuck with me. And it was named Jordy. My dad is a Star Trek fan. That's not a joke. Right. No, I had a grandmother who passed away when I was really young. Right. I'm not told what it was, but I could have only assumed at the time that it was cancer. She was a mean, kind of crotchety old woman that I didn't like to be around, so I didn't really think about it too much, but it was my first experience with death. At a person. Going to a funeral at like 4 years old and just not fucking understanding any of it. So when I get to prom, that is real. That was my experience. I was very standoffish about. Well, first off, in high school, everyone thought I was gay. So when I started dating, like, a girl, everyone thought I was just fucking bearding it. So, like, you know, this is from the informed perspective of, like, someone who really did want, like, a girlfriend and tried hard to get one. Right. And it's like, you know, I really did like meet her that way. It was band instead of choir, but it's like these are all parts of me that I'm turning and I'm pulling them out of my head the same way I'm writing them. And the thing about the punch bowl is 100% true. The thing about seeing the kid with the flask, 100% true. I was very against weed and alcohol and stuff when I was a kid. So when my date did want to drink, which was wild to me because she was religious, blew my mind. I was like, no fucking way. Like, we got in a fight at prom about it. So it's just like, these are all aspects of things that I think people experience as they grow up.
Well, it came through because it just felt so real. You know what I mean? So that definitely comes through. But just such a vivid storytelling. Like I said, every smell that you described, it's
the only way to get people to pick up on it. If you're doing a story about any fucking sense, specifically such an obscure one as smell, you just have to fucking dig into it. That was something I realized very quickly. Is like, how many smells can I try to fit into one fucking story? Sweet, savory, foul, stench, wet. You know,
you got me there, and then when it started to sort of become clear that the sense sort of hinted at how they were going to pass, I found myself trying to guess, which was cool.
What was happening?
Yeah. I mean, how's this going to happen?
There are some that have build up and some that don't, and some are more direct and some are more indirect. Like Jordy smelling like vomit wasn't because he threw up when he died; it's because Mom threw up on him when he died.
Yeah,
and it's like that was just something ingrained with his passing, and it's just like Grandma smelled like the cleaning supplies after her body was cleaned up. Like, it wasn't even about her passing. You know, like what does cancer smell like? And probably nothing. And, you know, the only telegraphed one in my head is the
brown one. Yeah, when they stick the tongue out and it's blue, it's like, okay, so this is the alcohol.
As it evolves, as the story goes on, you just know, in high school, that is real. In high school, I sat next to someone in my, I want to say, geometry class who died in a car accident when I was a sophomore. She was a junior. That was wild to me. That was something that I experienced. I thought she was a nice girl. She played, I think, soccer. She was popular.
Right.
She got in a fight with her boyfriend one night, took that wrong turn past the one tavern on Willow Street, just fucking ate shit going right off the road. She wasn't even drunk. I think it was like a texting near missed kind of thing, just pinned into a tree, immediately out. And so it's like, these are all informed places, so that it's disingenuine for me to be like, oh, I totally wrote. No, like, I wrote what I knew.
Yeah, but that's what they say is the best writing, is when you write what you know. Like Nicole's dad's reaction to seeing him, and then like searching, like, my heart broke.
You physically tensed up a little bit, and I was like, I kind of forgot that I'm reading with a dad.
Yeah,
like,
but that's exactly what I was like. That
made me feel a little bad.
Don't feel bad. No, it made me feel, and that's good storytelling. If I'm sitting here feeling nothing,
you're wondering where your daughter is. The guy she was out with the night before shows up. She's nowhere to be
and you're like, oh, thank God. Yeah,
your
she
heart
fucked
drops.
up. I don't care. Yeah,
your heart drops because you're just like, is she okay? Is she not okay? And right then at that moment, it all just falls out.
You realize she's not. That broke my heart.
No, that came to me. I had written that entire sequence with the cops, and I went back and I rewrote almost all of it, like, right in the same sitting, because I was like, there's not enough here. People would ask more questions. I think it's information doesn't travel that fast.
Right.
Like, at first it was a news broadcast on TV, and I was like, that doesn't feel right. Like, I feel like the papers would be the first place. As a kid, you don't see all of these things, you hear about it from someone else. At one point, it was a phone call.
Yeah.
At one point, it was someone calling the mom to wonder where a kid was. But I was like, this kid doesn't have friends. Why would they be calling him? So that's why I physically included a line saying, people don't call me on Saturdays because I don't have friends.
There you go.
You know, like, that's...
But
I like to think about how I...
But the fact that it's the 90s and it was discovered in a newspaper is very real. Nobody's watching the news in the morning, you know what I mean? But the fact that it's in a newspaper...
Specifically a Saturday morning where everyone's just trying to enjoy their waffles.
100%. That's exactly right. You had... my favorite line was... I don't remember the whole thing, but holiest of shits. sticks in my head forever.
The holiest of shits cannot prepare me for what was about to happen.
It's fantastic. I love it so much.
I think I do this in all of my stories because I have a sense of humor. I have to use it. Mm-hmm. I like alliteration. I like stupid alliteration. I like alliteration that probably should have been edited out. Like the repetition of... I emotionally speaking, not humorously speaking, I like the... Through wistful eyes, people will tell you this is something you will remember for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And then like a completely retrofit to that same sentence. Through wistful eyes, I am telling you this is something I've remembered for the rest of my life, like after Nicole is gone. Like, you want to remember these beautiful moments in your life for the right reason at the right time, but in hindsight, 15 years after the fact, you're going to be a completely different person, maybe not with the same head on your shoulders. No, but humorously speaking, I think I like the Ryan's honking in the car behind... this is the first kiss I'm sharing with the first girl that's genuinely liked me, so I'm gonna fucking enjoy it.
Yeah, like honk your fucking horn.
And then after prom, this is the first breast I've touched with the first girl that I liked, so I'm gonna fucking enjoy it.
Yeah,
like these are all Sandlot like places of young love and affection.
They're great, but I think my favorite part of the story, besides like. Again, the fact that how you put me in there, with the way you describe the smells and describe the situations and the prom, like you put me there with you, and that's fantastic. But for me, as you know, this is my favorite thing about, like, especially a Stephen King short story or like it's this sort of mundane sense of smell.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. My sense of smell sucks.
Right.
I very often ignore a lot of things and wake up very stuffy. I have breathing issues. I have sleep apnea. Like I wake up stuffed all the time.
Right.
It's not a sense I like taste.
Right.
But how do I describe? I bring taste into it because of the olfactory.
Well, sure, that's
sense.
what happens. They're connected.
Because I remember my first experience with an olfactory sense that blew my mind was. As a kid on a Disney ride, they would pump scents into certain things. And you'd be like, that tastes like oranges. You're flying over an orange grove on a projector screen, but you're smelling it and you're tasting it.
Absolutely.
And that's when I was like, wowed by how ingrained all of your fucking like sinuses are.
Yeah.
How smelling something could mean tasting something. How tasting something could be smelling something. Right. And that's when I was like, I mean, obviously the inspiration for this episode, I think Midnight Bride touched on it earlier when I told her what I had written. I had read a story about someone who could smell, like, not death specifically, but just smell off things about people, like smell the fact that someone was a murderer, like smell the fact that someone was about to die, like a future pretense type of thing. And she was like, oh, so you just wrote that better? And this is me, like, putting pen to paper, like, yes. I like the concept enough.
Yeah.
I think there's a series called Chew. It's a comic book. Okay. It might be adapted to a movie. It might be getting adapted to a TV show. I don't know. But it's about an Asian detective who eats little pieces of murder victims, and he gets put on a trail to the person who murdered them. And gross. He has to, like, hunt them down. He has, like, an agreement with the coroner to be like, listen, we'll get justice, but I just gotta eat. I got a liquor toe.
Oh, no, that's gross.
It's called, like, Detective Chew.
That's funny.
It's called just Chew, but it's like CHU or CHEW. Like, his name is Chew, like CHU, because he's Asian.
Sure.
But, you know.
Well, I just think, but taking something as mundane as just scent, smell, being able to smell, and taking that and putting that twist on it, like, you can smell death. Like, it's taking that simple everyday thing and turning it into something more. I love that. Like that is almost like an everyday thing that people take for granted, but for this person it's actually very traumatic because he has to deal with this knowledge that if he smells something like that, somebody's gonna fucking die. Like that's a good hook for me.
And I feel like another thing probably people know is like if they have like pets, like you walk into a room, you smell shit, you're like,
Yep.
where's the shit?
Yep.
And you start searching. You will flip that couch upside down if it means finding the turd that is stinking up the room. Like I live with 3 cats. When one of them shits and doesn't toss litter onto the shit, I walk into the room and I do it for them because it will spread and it will smell. It'll stink up the entire fucking hallway if you do not cover that up. And it's just like, I don't know, you've had kids, I don't have kids. When a baby has a full diaper, you're well enough aware.
You don't have to.
So, imagine that being like the pretense to someone about to get, like, just punch their ticket.
Yeah, I couldn't
That's
imagine
anxiety inducing.
Absolutely it is.
So
that's gotta be a terrible way to live.
That's what I ran with. That's what I thought would tell an interesting story. I think this is the type of story where, like, could I have gone on another 20 pages and gotten wrapped up in this big, like, larger-than-life story where I get into the things that happened to him later in adulthood, or the things, like, the next girl he fell in love with but lost through uncommon means. Like, I had this idea about, after college, he moves into his new apartment. He tells a story about the first girl he met at a bar when he started drinking and realized he had a drinking problem, which I ditched. The first girl he was going to fall for was going to be just this, like, random girl at a bar, and they would make out. It would be his first sexual encounter. It was going to be another first.
Right.
And as I was writing it and as I was coming to terms with it, I was gonna support the idea that she smelled like something that he never was able to put his finger down on, and then before he could even, like, communicate it to her, she, like, bails. She's like, "You're nuts, I'm out of here." So like, what does loss smell like? Yeah. That was going to be another side of it, and I was like, too much, too existential, too different. I wanted to keep it simple.
I think that's very interesting, and I think that would have been fun to listen to you explore that and everything. But I think I like where you went with it, and I think I like where it ended.
How do you feel about the ending? Because it's definitely the part that sticks out to me the most. Like, the rationalization that his entire life he's gotten to this point, and he's like, I've never smelled someone who's been, like, purposefully murdered before. Like, what would that smell like?
Right.
So he's sitting there, he's seeing fajitas fall out of a thing and land on someone's shirt and his splatter, and he's just very quickly like, what would murder smell like?
Right.
What would war smell like? What are all these other, like, we've seen old age, we've seen accident, we've seen drunk driving, we've seen suicide, we've seen, we've seen choking to death. There's even, like, that little sequence about the teacher that I thought was funny. Right. It's like, what does murder smell like?
I think that's a very interesting way to take it.
Gross.
Yeah.
Probably.
Disgusting. Yeah. And then you just touched on something where, like, obviously the story isn't going to go there, but, like, it puts it in your head, like, what would it matter if he walked onto a battlefield? Yeah. Like, what would that do to him? What would war smell like? Like that might kill him. You know what I mean?
It might be too much.
Like,
he would probably have a mental breakdown.
Right.
I already established that meds did him dirty, alcohol abuse, all of these things ever since he's grown up. Like, that would probably lead to his death in some way, shape, or form, because he probably would be so overloaded he wouldn't know what to do.
But no, I love the fact that he's sort of come to grips and has understood what the smells are and where they're going. So he's got this new thing here that he doesn't quite understand.
That just clicks.
And it just clicks on him.
Light bulb moment right at the finish line.
All the right things happen that gets him.
And if you've been listening to the context clues, you know where it's coming from.
Yeah.
It's like... How many times do I need to say that she's going through a messy divorce and that her lawyer's trying to hunt this guy down?
Yeah, he's coming
before you realize, like, he's probably messed up. Which, again, not to touch too personally on home life, but my inspiration for Sarah is pretty apt. So, yeah.
I think for me, it's like, so then it opens up a whole nother Pandora's box of things in my head, like. So he smelled this. Can he effectively?
This is one he might be able to step into a little bit more, which is where I think I think I had to take a step back because I could see myself writing another 20 pages about how he spends the next like 2 weeks watching Sarah, living with Sarah, physically being her like guardian angel, literally around her, and then waiting for the moment where the smell spikes. And at one point I had it bullet pointed out. I was like, I got to 20 pages and I was like, fuck, I'm nowhere close to like getting to that. And I was like, it's not really the story I want to tell.
No,
I'm now all caught up to the coming of age, like Stand By Me experience of dealing with death and morality. And it's like, that's the story I wanted to tell. I didn't want to get lost in the sauce when it comes to let me actually finally fucking succeed, because I think that story's just less interesting.
It is, and
it's like we get into a tussle, there's two guys with a knife, he probably prevents the husband from killing, but maybe he ends up killing the husband, the smell switches from her to him. It doesn't matter. But it's not the interesting part of the story.
It's not, and I prefer an ending like this where there's what could happen, where there's something to think about afterwards, where it's not tied up in a tiny, nice, tidy little bow, but let me think about how this could go. Let me think about the different avenues this could take. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just also don't, I didn't want to be finite about it.
I like it better.
The promotion ends so solid when I wrote it that I was just like, I really liked that story. Like, you should take the time to read the promotion and immediately let me know what you think, because that one I'm actually proud of.
Good.
But
you should be proud of this.
But the smarter than you think with the rats is just kind of fun. It's just a little, that one's more character driven. It's like about the people who live in this apartment building and what they bring to the situation that this kid comes into and sees his first rat. The promotion is so much more. You're going to relate to that. You're going to be like, oh man, I work at a job where I'm sitting on a computer and everything sucks and I hate my life and I really just wish I could get a better job to get out of here. And that's when the promotion, the email slides across his desk virtually, and he's beckoned. You know, the call to action is there, and he is so desperate that he's just like, I'm going to do whatever it takes, and then he does. The spooky one, Unit 76. I don't really care what people think of that one, but I'm sure they'll have fun with it. Anyway, I care less about the spooky dooky story I wrote, and I care more about the ones I've put a substantial amount of more time into. I wrote the last one just to hit 100 pages. That was the goalpost for me. I think it's a competent story. I think it's fine. It has a fun little twist in there that Deputy Dewey helped me come up with. He didn't necessarily he didn't like co-write it with me, but I bounced ideas off of him, and he was like, this would be cool, and that helped me take it across the finish line. But no, I'm really excited to hear what you have to think about the promotion. I think if you have time this weekend at any point to read it, I would love to hear what you have to say, because I at this point it's going to be the next episode, I think, for everyone to listen to. So I just really hope everyone likes that when they hear it.
I can't imagine if you're as proud of it as you are. Like this one, you kind of downplayed it a little bit, but this is really fucking good, Justin. Like, this is Captain Death.
That's okay.
I edit that out.
So no. It's like, you don't know. Like, you're the first person to read this one. You know, like, you're the first person to read this. I knew with how fast I wrote it and how little editing I needed to do for it, that I think the word of the day is competent, because I just feel like it did what I wanted it to do. It didn't overstay its welcome. It hit all the points it needed to. I think there's a little bit of cleaning up I could have done with a little bit of things here or there, but more or less, warts and all, I like where it lands. And
so here's how I judge when I read a story. A story time. This is if I'm reading a book, or if I'm watching a movie, or any sort of, if I'm watching a good piece of theater. For me, you have to put me in there. You have to transport me into your story. If I am on the outside of the story, then it's fine. You know what I mean? Like, I'm more towards the Mark Rooster end of critical. You know this about me. I'm a fairly easy audience.
Just there to ride.
Unless, yeah. But that's it. But I can like something and be outside of it. But if you put me in it and you make me feel and you make me like, if I can connect with what you're describing and I'm there.
If you're empathizing, if you're emoting
correct.
with what's happening.
Then to me, that's where it goes from fine to good, great, excellent, those levels. Like to me. And this, you made me feel. You made me feel things. You put me there. You made me think of breakfast cooking. You made me think of that fart in the elevator. But you made me think. You made me think about something, like I said earlier, the basic. Look, I can smell this whiskey. You know, it's great. But what if that was me? Like, what if I had to live with the smell of death around me, and like you say it in the story, like waiting for that smell to come onto your parents. Like you mentioned that in there, and I immediately went, "Oh God!"
Could you imagine? I touch on how over him getting older, he's developed anxiety over certain things without saying it so much. That there's a point where he's talking to Sarah all the way at the end where he says, I went through a psych circuit as a kid because I had so much. It's like he didn't talk about that earlier, but you didn't have to know that this has taken a toll on him in some way, shape, or form. Like how would you deal with that? You'd be waking up every morning worried, which is the analogy at the beginning of the story, which is waking up with smoke in your nose instead of pancakes.
Exactly.
It's just living life like that would be tough, but I think you would.
But I felt that anxiety.
Find a way to make things work.
But I felt that.
That's the human experience.
Oh, of course. You know? And that's how you rise above certain things like that. But like I said, like you put me in your story. I wasn't just listening to you talk about it, but I entered it through empathy or whatever. The way you describe things, your prose, your descriptive language, just everything about it took me off this couch and took me into the story.
I want you to come back and read all my other stories with me because you're really making me feel good about it. It's like Mark Rooster was just like, I like rats. I was like, I love you, Mark, but I need a little bit more out of you, bud.
No,
I was like, no. I'm not trying to say anything. It's just like
sure.
The reason I wanted to read this with you is because when we were both writing together, I was talking to you the entire time that I was writing. I think one of the first things I said to you was 19 pages, banged it right out. It was the first story, just like once and done. And this is that story, and largely I did not edit too much of what I originally wrote. And we were both talking about how we were coming from a place of writing what we know. Like writing how we think, writing how we talk.
Yes.
And that's all the way back to what's your voice?
Yeah.
How does your voice carry over into the words that you put onto a page or the words that you physically speak into a podcast? How do they differentiate?
Right.
It's all so very interesting, and it's the finally on the other side of the fucking coin on this show, putting myself in the hot seat to be like, well, what are you fucking capable of? You sit there in your fucking armchair talking about how shitty the fucking twist of Spire in the Woods is. There's a fucking metaphor. It's like, okay. No, I get it. But I think my whole point was, if I can sit and I can write, which, by the way, I like Spire in the Woods. It grows on me every time I go back and listen to it. It's not as bad as people think it is. But it's just I wanted to prove to myself that I could still write. Mm-hmm. And I feel like I did that.
You did. You 100% did.
Okay, mission accomplished.
That is a...
Bon appetit.
If I were to pick up a short story collection and find that in there, it would not be out of place. I believe that it read to me like someone who did it for a living.
It might be in a short story compilation coming to books in 2027. We'll see how this entire experience goes.
Pretty fucking cool.
That's why I wanted more people to be a part of it, because I felt like it would be the culmination of what this show's entire purpose has been.
I think that's amazing, and I hope my story makes it.
Oh, I can't wait to draw the fucking stick. Dude, the stick is gonna... I'm thinking I'm gonna give everyone... here's how, because I've designed books before. Have I shown you my horror alphabet book?
No, but you told me about it.
I'll show you.
Okay.
Because it's on Mega Shelf. So, when you're thinking of the design layout, you're thinking of specifically one page being your, like, title card.
Right.
And just trying to get the entire vibe of that story just in that, like, single page of art.
Right.
And then you get the other page which has the title, the author, and then the start of the story right there. Every time I think, when I'm reading these people's stories, I'm asking myself, well, how symbolic am I going to get with this? How literal am I going to get with this? Because I like to draw, I like art too. So it's like, not only just the writing side of it, but seeing into, like, what would you want me to draw? And for you, I can't help but think of, like, the cover for, like, what's the two-part Bachman, Desperation?
Oh, Desperation and the Regulators.
Yeah. I can't help but think of that kind of weird Fear and Loathing style, shitty, like, warped art, where it's just, like, we're seeing, like, Colorado setting... various rocks and mountains and hiking trails that lead in monotonous directions, trees, shadows among the trees, person shadow in the background looking down from a brightly lit sun in the background, but then, like, right there in the middle of the trail, standing in the middle of the trailhead, like, plugged into the ground like a spigot, just right in the middle, casting a shadow towards the viewer, just this crazy looking stick, just fucking looking like a totem pole in this desert.
So this is what I'm talking about when I'm, like, sucking your dick about how creative you are. That's what this I'm talking about. So we just read a fantastic story. Now you're giving me this great fucking artwork for this fucking silly story.
That's how I think. Like, when you're reading the story to me, it's my turn to sit back and visualize it. And when I visualize it specifically from your voice and your narrative, I am seeing you and your wife, who I know, like, actually going and doing these things. It's very easy for me to put myself there. There are other people's stories that I would love to illustrate. Like, fucking Frowns wrote a story about a fucking witch out in the woods doing some new school Hansel Gretel shit, but, like, the witch kind of style, old school pilgrimage. That would be cool. That's like pastoral in setting. I would almost do something dark and symbolic with it because it had, like, fruit involved. Cool. Very cool. Who else? Fucking Kitty Taurus Filth. She did a story about someone mutilating themselves to get a goddess's attention. Oh. I would just have this fucking body on a pyre with this, like, with these just eyes just looking down at her, witnessing this immolation, you know? I get excited about these little things because I tell myself, like, I have to do this. Like, if we're all getting to this point of doing this work to put pen to paper to get these words out, I want to do something cool.
Let's collect it,
to reward everyone for their effort. And in my head, if I am taking a break in 27 for big life things going on in 27, then, you know, it'll give me time to work on other things that I like. Good. And that would be one of those things where I'm like, okay, now I'm at a good enough spot that if I wanted to do something like this, I could take the time to work on some art, to scan it all digitally, or even do it by hand and take pictures, or do it all digitally to start with. Who knows? I like mixed media. So yeah, that's the idea. That's the end game.
That's really fucking cool.
And it probably, the good thing is, it probably wouldn't be too expensive to do paperback copies that are maybe, you know, less than 500 pages, you know.
Well, I would happily chip some money in to pay for at least mine.
If people wanted their own copies, I would just flat out be like, you know, is this worth $30 to you, and just take what I can get from whoever's.
Well, even just this, like, I'm listening to talk about, and it may not,
because I think the horror alphabet was 30, but that one is heavy graphics. That one is color on every page. I paid for the size because I wanted the size. Like, this would be more...
Well,
this would be more, just words.
You would
but
get
I would have one page of art per story.
You would get my money because it's one of the reasons I.
That's another. I would open it up to people, on the store too. Quote unquote. Like if you're interested in buying this,
get it.
I will ship it to you. Yeah.
You should, people. You should do it.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's going to be like a year away from when this episode comes out, but that's the idea.
Still, the people...
I want people to hold me to this, because it's an idea I've been thinking about.
I'll hold you to it, because I'll tell you what. This is one of the reasons I do theater, is I get off on theater. I get off on being around creative people and listening to their art. So, like, you're telling me about Kitty's story, you're telling me about Frowns with the witches, and I'm like, I want to fucking read them. You know what I mean?
Deputy Dewey wrote a story. He was so bummed about that water park story that he and I read that he wrote a water park story. He was like, I can do that better, and so that's what he did. And he did. So it's like if I were to draw his would be like, his is essentially just it at a water park.
Okay.
And that's what I would draw. I would draw a weird looking dead kid reflected in the water. His reflection looks different than how he looks standing above it. I would play with mixed perception of all the things in the water reaching up for this kid, with the background. I could see it.
I'm hard right now.
I could see it. Yeah. No, I mean it's
really cool.
When you visualize these things. I know other people are out there listening to what we have to say on these episodes too, and it's just like I know other people are seeing the same thing I'm seeing. So it's going to be interesting to actually take the time and physically do it.
Well,
so
I love that.
Yeah. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for reading. I'm sorry for keeping you so long. You helped me bring this episode to just about the time limit that I wanted it to be at, which was between 3 and 4 hours. So
look at that.
Each of these are going to be meaty. These are going to be meaty fucking episodes. I think they have to be.
Well, as a fan first, I was a fan first.
You were. And you're not the first?
No, I'm not. I'm
there are many other people on this show that were fans first, and this episode is almost filled with them.
I love that. So, a fan episode. But I always would fucking be really excited when I was like, 2.5 hours? Let's fucking do it.
Let's meet and
45 minutes, get this fucking shit out of here. Let's get into it. I mean, except for my immortal, but.
Which is one of the longest episodes we've ever recorded.
It really is. It's like 4 hours or something like that.
It's just under 4 hours. Yeah.
Oh my god. I was going to write a story that just described clothes the whole time, but I decided not to.
Are you telling me that you didn't go hiking wearing a G-string in your My Chemical Romance and
in my fishnet stockings,
my
Doc Martens,
with your good Charlotte Vans?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, shit.
I did. My black eyeliner and
your makeup. Makeup. You told me that you didn't fuck a boy in your story.
You didn't fuck a boy in my story.
You didn't fuck a blonde boy.
Not in this story.
Vampire boy.
I didn't.
Nowhere to be seen.
No, it didn't happen.
Fair enough.
Thanks for having me, man.
Yo, you gave me, and I feel like I'm just digging on Mark at this point. You gave me feedback that I appreciate, and it's not just riding my dick. I feel like when I'm able to have a liberal conversation about the process, I feel like it helps inform people, because there's so much insecurity about creating art that I feel like people look at it and say, that's a hurdle I don't think I could jump. And then, you more or less just have to convince yourself that you can.
Right. I agree.
Until you get there. I'm definitely not going to say names, but it's like, I know people who are going to be on these episodes who did not start writing their stories until I told them that they had a deadline.
Right.
Because it's just their lifestyles. They're better under pressure. They're quick-witted.
Yeah.
It's easier for them to do things like that. I gave them the deadline. They didn't. I took the months. I told people about this fucking project in February.
Yeah.
I was like,
told me about
I'm just letting people know because I want to get a head count. I'm interested in getting people on this. And I got more than half. So I can't say that I necessarily failed. But
no.
It's like I let people know because I wanted people to think about it. And then giving people the time to think about it, gestate on what they were interested in. And then I started saying, okay, we're seriously doing this. I'm not fucking around. We're doing it. And then it got to past the point where I should have started recording a while ago. And I said, no, seriously, let's start doing this. And only once I started recording was I this is so much bigger than I thought it was gonna be. But we're gonna have to draw this fucking thing out. I had to get rid of a couple episodes on my upcoming season because I was just like, this is gonna be too much.
Yeah.
And I started getting rid of a couple things, but you'll be back. I got a fun episode planned for you.
I'm excited.
Up ahead.
I love that.
We're gonna dive into some other let's just say wild, wacky short stories that come from an unknown source online that we've not yet delved into.
Ooh,
and I think that it would be most interesting to do that with someone who I haven't necessarily done that with yet. And it's just like, that interests me in hearing what you'd have to say about like something that's like paying homage to a previous system. So that's me giving a preview to anyone that for that episode that's coming out.
You know me, I'm down for it.
Probably because this is September, October. This is our spooky season. It's 6 episodes, 3 in September, 3 in October. And then going into our fucking like 9-year anniversary or some shit. I don't fucking know at this point.
A lot.
We're going to get back into... We're going to start experimenting with other things. We're going to do some different things. We're going to be back for some similar stuff that we've already done before. But we're going to keep doing the same shit we do.
Hell yeah.
But anyway.
Hell yeah.
Thanks for being here, Royale.
Thanks for having me, Cap.
And, this is just any last messages for the audience?
Just... My last message is to just fucking do it. If you feel like...
Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah. If you're feeling like you want to write a story or you want to write a song or you want to do a whatever you want to do. Whatever.
Which is funny because Afternoon Groom, the first thing he wrote was a poem.
There you go.
That's the first thing we read.
Whatever it is that's in your heart, just fucking do it. Even if it's absolute shit.
And
get it out there.
And know that whatever it is, you can send it to me and I may or may not shit about it on my podcast.
Hell yeah, we will take a stinking shit right on top of it.
Take a steamy dump right on it.
But just do it,
and
man.
you'll smell it.
You will smell it.
But that's the idea, is give people the tools and the platform. Field of Dreams.
That's right.
If you build it,
they will come.
I will come.